Well, hello, 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 everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Breaking news out of the Nancy Guthrie case. New footage has been released, and I want to show you what we have noticed. A lot to talk about on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace. Smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong. But honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's the twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me I've been whispered about and written off, judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable soul, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice, but you'll hear my name. I'm holy and hood, and I'm done with shame. For everyone called too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul, through the fight and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my curls, forever divine. Clutch them pearls.
And clutch, better tighten the pearls. Drop the cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Well, hello, 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 everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with moi. Today is February 26th, 2026. It is currently 5:35 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Oh, yeah. Woo-hoo. Hello. Thank you, Denise. Good to see you. Gina, Robin, Not Lob. Good to see you. Baby Kisses, Anna Banana, Robin, Carol. It's me, Jen, Yvette, Kelly. Ledford, everyone. Pam, good to see you all. All right, guys, I should have been live earlier. I apologize. I could not get to this computer. I apologize. But doesn't mean I haven't been digging. Doesn't mean I haven't been looking. And we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about. Brand new video coming out. And I think I know what kind of vehicle it is. I think I know what kind of vehicle it is. I do. It's one of two. I'm almost certain. One of two. And we're going to talk about it. Where is Daphne? I think she had some dinner plans tonight or something like that. Miss Dolores, you are so kind of me, girlfriend. Thank you so much. Really, we appreciate you. You received that. Make sure you give our girl, Miss Dolores, a big old thank you. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Really, really do appreciate you. All right, new video coming out. We're going to get to all of it. A lot to get to. Very interesting. You know, we've been waiting for a hot minute. Where's the footage? Well, here's some new footage that we're going to. Let me do the ones it's not Fox because it's and it goes back quick, right? It is going back quick. This vehicle definitely moving in the night, right? Definitely moving in the night. And let me pull this one up because it kind of goes over and over and over. Anyone got a guess of what kind of vehicle this might be? I'm going to tell you what I think, and I'm going to show you as well. What do y'all think? Anyone? Well, I have goosebumps on the edge of my seat. Yeah, it's going this way. Moon flight. I think you could be. It's either a Land Rover or a Kia Soul. It's got very distinctive features. I'm going to show you. Yeah, they're moving in the night, aren't they, sisters? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They definitely are. We can slow all of this down and take a really good look at it, though. They are certainly. Bear with me as I need to download this is what I need to do. So there is a few different vehicles and again, they're very distinct and they look. Let me screen record this. Here we go. We're going to screen record this. Oh, damn. No, we need to screen record 1 second. Here we go. All right. Now watch this. Why does it keep doing this? Oh, man. Why does life gotta be difficult sometimes? Hold on. Okay. Let me get a better screen recording on this. Now, they got it going in different directions, don't they? I don't know if it's mirrored or is this two different pieces of footage? Let's do it like this. You hear that sound? Is that a GUN? Is that a GUN? They're clearly, I mean, I just thought of something. There you can see it really good. We're going to get it up much closer though here. Yeah, we can make it into a GIF. but I want to do it like this. We can put some filters on it and all of that as well. There is a lot here coming out in this last little bit. So, um, who released this footage? Well, I will show you that. Hey Jude, 21. OG, OG. Well, let me show you. Michael Ruick from Fox released this. Love you too, darling. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Greatly, greatly appreciate you all being here. He released this earlier. Breaking previously unseen ring camera video shows vehicles on a back road route near Nancy Guthrie's home on the morning of her suspected abduction. Right? Got a link here. I think it's the same one I just showed you. Yeah. So, a resident in the Catalina Foothills, you guys remember the neighbor saying that they found some footage of something interesting, but they didn't want to show like any YouTubers or JLR or anything yet. And they wanted to give it to law enforcement. This recording took place between midnight and 6 a.m. on February 1st. And some of the activity occurred near the 2:30 a.m. mark, which is around the time authorities said that 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker device last synced to her iPhone. The homeowners, um, Daniel and Elise, I can't even Stragangoulius, junk that, told Fox News Digital that the police had not canvassed their neighborhood in the 25 days since Guthrie is believed to have been taken from her bed in the home invasion kidnapping. The FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department have been alerted to the video. That's right. You heard that right. The homeowners tells Fox News that the police had not, NOT, canvassed their neighborhood in the 25 days since Nancy Guthrie has been missing. Slow clap. It was not immediately clear whether the video is of any use to the investigation. Well, how would you fucking know if you hadn't checked? Or whether the vehicle had ever been to Guthrie's street. There's a reason this is coming out, y'all. Come on now. Guthrie is the mother of today's show host, Savannah Guthrie, as we know, a Tucson native. Yeah, so I'm going to show you where it is on the map as well. Can you believe that? Oh my God. Unfucking believable. Jen Cook, come on down, girl. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you.
I can smell a legend.
6 months, girl. Appreciate you, my darling. Love you. And hey, Jude, thank you so much. Appreciate you, darling.
Hello, Mr. Moneybags.
Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate you very, very much for gifting that. If you received that, make sure you give our Hey Jude a big, big thank you. Okay, so take a look at this. This comes from the map from Fox News, and I'm going to show you how close it actually is to the Guthrie home. Look at this. Okay, this is the area that we're talking about. This is the area. A detailed map of the neighborhood surrounding the Nancy Guthrie on Camino Escalante in Tucson, Arizona, and a secondary route through the Catalina Foothills down Camino Real, landing to the East River Road. East River Road. I'm going to show you some screenshots of this vehicle. Okay. And it's very interesting to me. This is certainly, in my opinion, one of two of these vehicles. Um, I I'm pretty good at knowing what kind of vehicles. I'm a kind of a car enthusiast, not old cars. I couldn't tell you what an old car is, but newer cars. I love newer cars. And I know just about freaking every make and model. Let me get this a little bit closer. But this seems to have something that only a few models that you ever see actually have here. And you see a lot of the newer vehicles, especially SUVs, the windows are smaller up, right? Like the windows. But this has a very unique feature, and it's where I don't know the correct term, but it's where like the metal moves, and that only happens that there's only a couple models that I can think of does that. One is a Land Rover, not the Range Rover. I mean, that's a model. Land Rover is the brand. Range Rover is a particular, the higher end model. The or the Kia Soul. The Kia Soul does this as well. You see this bend right here, and I can show you how this right here. I'm looking for I can't remember what year the Range Rover or the Land Rover. It's either the Evoque or the um the Evoque or the Defender. You see this right here? What about the Chevy? You talking about the Impala? Don't know anything about that Impala. Um, maybe yeah, Discovery. The case is very complicated and would be hard for anyone to solve. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Miss Dolores. Appreciate you, darling. Thank you so much
I
for
can smell a
gifting.
legend.
Thank you so much, my dear, for gifting that pearl necklace. Do appreciate you, my dear. If you receive that, make sure you say thank you. And Chemistry Queen, hello, darling. Thank you so much for 21 months. You are a rock star. Thank you so much for your continued support, my dear. Can't this right here is a Kia, right here. This one right here is a Kia. Um, and we are absolutely sure of that. So we're going to they absolutely are. The media can't be out there in their vehicles and stuff. It's in my opinion, it's just the sheriff wanting to slowly push them out of there, right? So let me pull this up right here. The police are back out there today. They are definitely back out there today. But it seems like in the last there is reporting that they are giving the home back, and that allegedly not Nancy, pardon me, Savannah Guthrie is headed back to New York, and she is supposed to be allegedly on the Today Show. There is reporting that she is going to be back on the Today Show pretty quickly after she gets back to New York. Um, that's fine, right? I mean, I get I'm glad she's going back because there was a lot of reporting that she wasn't coming back to work, and I'm certainly glad that she is. What bothers me is, I mean, what is Tommaso and Annie? Are they just going to move right in? Uh, like that bothers me. You know what I mean? That part really, really bothers me.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea because I know that she was actually arrested
the night before.
She was arrested at her home. That was just a rumor. She was not actually in the Range Rover. Only what's his first name? Luke. Luke was driving the Range Rover. He was in there. They got a 9mm, it's like an AR built AR 9mm. They retrieved that. I believe there was a 40 caliber Glock out there, and then I believe in the back trunk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what was back there. That's when I first thought, oh my God, there's a body back there. Because when they put that tarp up, I was like, that's not a normal thing unless there's something really that you don't want people to see, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the $1 million question. I'm not really sure what was in the back of that Range Rover. I would like to know, though.
I've only seen.
I concur. I'd love to know. I'm sorry.
I've only seen that done with the body when they cover things up.
Yeah, exactly. We thought there was a body. I mean, the talk was a body, and actually, KVOA was actually put out a news report saying it was self-inflicted.
Yeah.
And then they
they got
it.
that from a YouTuber though that
right?
wasn't giving good information. Looked like that.
Time.
We're all listening to the scanner.
Yes.
We're on real time. Things can change, and we're just kind of like, oh shit, this is what's being reported by the news media. So we just kind of say, hey, we don't fact check it. We're just kind of like throwing it out there because this media guy says, hey, we're right here, and there's people all reporting on it. So
Things
we're doing
can
the
change.
best we can for what we have,
Yes, and it irons itself out and slowly
It
fixes
does.
itself, over time. Everything's fluid situation. Chris, it's been a pleasure, and also, when I get back to Florida, whenever that may be, since we're very close, let's hook up. I'll take you to lunch, and we'll pick
Why
each
not
other's
release the
brains
backyard
just about
video? That's a good
topics and
question,
everything.
Gypsy. I
Sound good?
wonder.
Absolutely, man. We're definitely
So,
neighbors, and there's
what-
anything you need here in Florida while you're out there.
Again, I still have the creeps up. Like I've always said in this case, since the FBI did this new search warrant with said individuals, and they took that Range Rover in. Now that Range Rover was an actual Range Rover. It was an expensive one. I can't remember if I think it was a Sport. I don't think it was an autobiography, but regardless, I think that these people have still something interesting about them. I think that they will be back, but there's also reporting now, which is very, very interesting. There's been a lot of talk. Is Annie and or Tommaso's vehicle still in we'll just say forensics, right? Still, does the police still have it? Allegedly yes, that they still, excuse me guys, that they still have this vehicle. And again, I think there is a hell of a lot more than one person involved in this. I think that this is going to be someone paid someone to do this. There's no other reason why you're going to do an 84-year-old woman like this. Come on. Right? So many mistakes. Cows go moo. So many mistakes were done in the beginning, and this sheriff just absolutely junked it. Chemistry Green, thank you so much, my dear. In the beginning, he absolutely did. Okay. All right, guys, make sure you hit that thumbs up button wherever you are. Double tap on the screen. It means truly so much. It helps more than you. If you share the live out, that helps so much as well. Okay, so let's look at some of this video that's coming out. What do y'all think about this? It's truly interesting, and from what we understand, according to Fox News Digital, is they never checked. They never checked, asked the neighbors anything about this. Isn't this exact same street that Nancy lives on. Let me pull it up here. Let me see if there's anything going on right now. Bear with me. Okay, they're out there with ladders.
So we got him installing cameras.
Yeah. Which, I mean, who the hell's not going to install cameras right now? You know what I mean? My theory is that Savannah interviewed.
Here, I'll go back and give you guys the floor. He's
I know a lot of people think that, but boy, that's making me dizzy. Lord, hold on. Okay, we're gonna go look at this new video that's out. That just made me really dizzy, JL. Okay, so check this out, guys. Very interesting. I can't believe they never looked at this. All right, check this out. And there is some sound with it. Now, if this, let's say these people have, are in the car business, they could use this one time and send it to it. Have you ever heard of like car auctions? Like a lot of the pre-owned or used car dealerships will do. They'll take it to an auction and be done with it like that. God even knows where it is. Swap it out. Yeah. It's very, I'm honestly surprised that Savannah is returning to the Day Show while her mother, Nancy, is still missing. But this is the thing. Though. I know that she's going to get judgment from that. We all get judgment from every decision that we do publicly, like especially if you're any sort of in the public eye whatsoever. Someone's going to judge you whether they like you or not like you or whatever. Even more so. But how long, and this is a question for you guys, how long is the right time? What if they haven't found her in 2 months? Right? We're almost at a month right now. Right? Does that mean she just sits there in Arizona and does nothing? I mean, she has a job, she has a life, and all of that. Yes, she's financially well off, and she could take as much as she wanted. But just look up the Sport 2018 Range Rover Sport. Yes, yep. I've got it actually pulled up here. I think it's the Discovery Sport, isn't it? Discovery Sport, from what I understand. It's wait a second. Let me point this right here. It's one or the other. Hold on, guys. My chats. You're making sense, Justin, as always the case. Yeah. I need to pull up my chat here, guys, because I don't know what the hell YouTube's problem is. Yesterday, there was it was coming in French and all of that stuff when it would come in. I'm like, what is going on with damn YouTube?
Thanks to funding in part from West Virginia lottery proceeds, we're expanding MTech with a new STEM edition. We
don't know why I gotta. 2 seconds, guys. I apologize. Okay, here we go. Now I can see you. What is the banging noise? I don't know. I'm wondering if that is actually, is it a GUN? Is it part of just the car passing by? It's pretty interesting. They show it 2 different directions. I guess it's just a car going by. I hope it's not a GUN going off. That would be really bad. Really bad. Yeah, if y'all have anything to send me, mods, please drop the link. Okay, look at this, y'all. Okay, I've got some screenshots of some really good screenshots that I want to show you guys of this vehicle. Okay. Now take a look at this. Oh my God, 1 second. It's very, very good here. And you can get a better look at this vehicle, especially this one right here. Let me make it as big as I can, and we'll put some filters on it as well. Here we go. Okay, check this out. Okay. Oh, damn, wrong one. 1 second. Thought I had it on presentation. There we go. Okay. Check this out. It's got to be one or the other. One or the other. Now, there's a big ass price difference between, a Kia Soul and a Land Rover, right? Let's be honest here. Kia Souls are, I don't even know how much a new one is. What, 12, 15,000, maybe brand new? You would think that they would definitely wake someone up, in my opinion. Well, yeah. Oh, hold on. The alarm. I've got to talk to you guys about the camera. You know how Nancy Guthrie, we was watching that the other night, Megan Kelly put out, like if someone pulled that alarm off, like it would still be on or recording if they put it like in their bag or something until their what's the word, the Wi-Fi would wear out. Give me a second. And that is so weird. I just got a Fox commercial for a vehicle, Evolve. That's how much they listen to us, y'all. It's crazy. So, but look at this right here. Let me make this as big as I can for you guys, so I can show it to you right here. This the lights in the back are very, very bright for sure, right? Now the lights on the what's the word I'm looking for? The lights on the Soul is big. It's pretty big on the back from what I've got. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, they're pretty big on the back. The Souls. I've got it from the back. I have a Land Rover. It's in the shop, Justin, more than the Kia Soul. Just saying. I've had 3 Land Rovers, and they can have a lot of problems, especially after they get about 120,000 miles. They can get bad. But I'll tell you what, I'm getting ready to get a new vehicle because my Range Rover, my Denali that I have right now, it has 150,000 miles on it, and my transmission just went out. It is sitting, doing nothing. I've got to get a new transmission, because even if I trade it in without like the transmission, like if I put in a new transmission, it'll give me much more value that I can trade it in. So either way, I got to put in a new transmission. $6,000 to put in a new transmission. It's the way it is. That's the way it is. I love this chat. Oh, thank you so much, Amy. Thank you so much. I think it's a good thing Savannah goes back to work. Yeah. But this isn't a big vehicle. And let me just show you the back of this Kia Soul. You see the lights. Look at the lights right here. Right there. See that? Okay. Very bright, right? Check this out. Check this out. That's the Kia Soul. That's the Kia Soul. We need our wheels. Yeah. Yeah. We do. That's what I said. It's not a large SUV. I said the more it looks like I think it's a compact SUV in my opinion. The Kia Souls are very small. You couldn't they're if you have a Kia Soul, you have a Kia Soul. But what I will say is from what I understand, they are very, very bad in wrecks. Like they're allegedly one of the most dangerous vehicles in a car wreck. Justin, do you think that Savannah interview Epstein victim could be something? I don't think it, in my opinion, it has nothing to do with it at all. 2 Dozen Roses says, Justin, it's a white Honda CRV. Think so. I don't think so, but you could be right. And I'll just tell you why I don't think so. That I think it's this right here. This right here. The Honda CRV doesn't have that. There's only a couple brands that I can think of, makes and models since 2012, 2013 that has the bend from where like the windows go to like the doors. Justin, dispatch had a call a woman screaming the same night. Police dispatch had a call. Well, I mean, it is Tucson. It is Tucson. There was more than, there's a lot of crime in this area, right? There is. Oh my God, Kelsey, you're kidding me. I just got your message. Holy shit. Okay. All right. So Michael Ruitz made a TikTok. Let's see what he says. He's a really good reporter. I want to check this out 1 second. Young guy, but really good guy.
So real quick, we weren't expecting any major updates in the Nancy Guthrie case tonight, but a few minutes ago, I confirmed with a source with knowledge of the investigation that the images of the masked man on Nancy Guthrie's front porch recovered from her Nest doorbell camera were not all taken at the same time. One of them, the one that we talked about the other day that shows the man with no backpack and no pistol holster, was taken on a different day, obviously before the abduction.
Okay. Was that his latest one? Okay. All right. So we're going to go back to this right here. Guys, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. This is brand new. Just came out 3 minutes ago. Hello, Miss Reba. Look at there, looking like a little cute redhead. You are. She's one of my favorite singers. New surveillance video from the Guthrie's neighbors. Nancy Guthrie's neighbors captured several cars driving nearby her Tucson home the night authorities believe she was kidnapped. The footage obtained by Fox News Digital was recorded on a street-facing Ring camera at her home in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood, roughly 7 minutes away from the Guthrie's acre 1 minute property. It's just weird. I can't put my finger on why this is being brought out. Brian Hinton said that days ago, said a source told him and he believed it. Right. That's exactly. So, yes, and we're going to get to that 24 roses as well. There's a reason they're talking about this because this is 7 minutes away. There's something to do with this. Otherwise, it would not be reported. There's a lot of cars 7 minutes away. You know what I mean? Chris McDonough also said that Annie had a white Honda CRV that was towed, and it is, yes, that is correct. That is correct. I believe Karen, Chris's wife, was talking about that. And again, like I say, you don't go to that house and spend 3 hours in it for nothing at all. You don't. They said he may have even had a different jacket on. The loud noise from the car seems to line up with the bright light that could have a pew-pew blast inside the car. And Kelly, that's what I was thinking. I hope we're not listening to the final moments. You know what I mean? I really hope we're not listening to the final moments of Miss Guthrie. I truly wonder if, again, oh God, it's too much. Why would they, like, if this was a ransom thing, right? Let me pull this up 1 second. If this was a ransom thing, you're going to keep her alive right there. You're not going to, you're not going to unalive her. So it's, okay, put a 1 in the chat if you think that Nancy was alive and well for a while after she was taken from the house. Put a 2 if you think something happened to her either in the house or very shortly after leaving the house. That's what I want to know. I want to see where y'all are at. Very mixed, but I'm seeing more 2s. I agree with the 2s. I don't think it was very long at all. Because you have to remember, you got to remember, it looked like a crime and that homicide was there since day one. Whatever was inside the home. Right? So, I don't know. We'll just have to see here. All right. What was it? The footage obtained by Fox News Digital was recorded on a street facing camera at the home of the Catalina Foothills neighbors, roughly 7 minutes away from the Guthrie home 1-acre property. The timestamps in the minute-long video shows clips recorded a dozen cars driving between 12:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. February 1st, the day Guthrie was reported missing. Okay. I want to go to our friend, Mr. McDonough, Chris and Karen McDonough from the interview room. Guys, mods, please make sure you drop their links. I want to play something that our friend Chris, because you guys were blowing my phone up on this one, that Karen got some new reporting. And let me tell you something. I trust Chris and Karen with every bit of information that they put out. Always. For sure. Okay. Let me find something here. Chris was just live just a minute ago. Make sure you go watch all of this right here, because right here.
Yeah. And what's your thought? I mean, from a PIO's perspective of what he said to you, how did he dance?
He didn't even dance. It was just like reiterating,
Hold on.
you know, robotic, like, I mean, he's doing his job. I'm not blaming him. Obviously, the sheriff doesn't want to, number one, hold press conferences anymore. The very few interviews he's given have been trickled out, and I don't believe he's even talked to the media. Although you do hear that, like, he'll text back a reporter out at the scene. I mean, it's just bizarre to me that he's not releasing information all at once.
Hold on.
The feds aren't talking except for leaked sources, apparently, in this case.
Timestamp 1 second.
And, you know, you can give statements to the media, because I did this. I was a PIO for 5 years. I always tried to say, look, let me give you something. Let me tell you what I can tell you. And then if you're asking specific questions about the investigation, I can't release it. So you have to be able to say, we can't release that at this time. It's critical information to the case. We're not going to jeopardize the case, or words to that effect. You know, again, it's hard to know if they're just shutting down on all.
A lot of people think that, honest. I find it odd that the House released to the family when there's info floating that Annie's car has not been released back. That's exactly what I'm trying to pull up here in this timestamp, because that's one thing that they talk about. Karen has got some information. By the way, Karen was a former reporter, I think, in I want to say LA, somewhere in California, maybe it was Sacramento. I can't remember where it was. But so she's got some sources out there. And there is, I think is it a Honda CRV? Yes, we see always late. It's the beginning of the video, is it? I'm at the beginning of the, well, I'm pretty much at the beginning of the video, but let me hear.
Reason.
Hello to everyone that's watching.
Yeah.
Chris has been out of Pianos. We've been turned down, like apparently many other people have. And so I've just kept at it and got him on the phone. Not Sheriff Nanos. I got his public information officer, and he shared some information that's already gone out. He gave it to us.
It just came out today or yesterday.
I believe it was maybe late yesterday.
But here, we've been holding it because we talked to, you have the emails.
Yes.
We talked to him a couple, like 2 or 3 days ago.
2 days ago. Yeah.
And we've been holding it because we wanted to make sure that before it ever went out, that it was verifiable and that it, was solid information, because that was one of the big, questions that has been on everybody's mind, right? Based on this comment from the sheriff, he said, let me, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case.
Now, again, you see, there's been so much different reporting, not only from Sheriff Nanos, but from other reporters, right? From the beginning, almost, they said Tommaso, one of the sources said that they believe Tommaso was, they were looking at him and other family members, all of that. They kept going back to the house multiple times, spending time in Tommaso and Annie's house. Tommaso never spoke, which he has a right to not speak, of course. Hiding the faces, all of that. And a lot of people was looking toward Tommaso, band members, all of that. Then the sheriff came out and said, nobody is cleared, not even the family. 24 hours after that, maybe 48, he comes out and said, we are not looking at the family or anyone in the family. And then he comes out the same day, says, we are not looking at anybody at the family at this time. But the FBI has never spoken saying anyone is cleared or not cleared that I'm aware of. But look at
The
this.
family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious, and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism.
He has not been professional at
so,
all. You have not been
I think that was
professional at all,
a shot
Nancy.
at Ashley Banfield, who reported this.
Okay, now look at this. Very, very important right here.
Car right here belongs to Annie, and this is a picture of it being towed away from the house.
And that was back in the first couple of days.
Very early on. Very, very
investigation.
early on.
Right, which got us thinking, well, wait a minute. If,
Exactly. So let's think about this a second, y'all. Let's think about this. If they're cleared, if Tommaso, I'm not saying that they're involved in any way, shape, or form. Let's get that straight first. But let's think about this. If they are cleared, like the sheriff said, is the vehicle not back? Reporting is that their vehicle's not back, right? Can you say why you would be going in their home multiple times? Why you were looking at the neighbors' backyards and going in RVs next to the house and looking around their house when Nancy clearly was at her house when she was taken out? So think about that. Exactly, baffled. Exactly. If their vehicle is still not back, why are you holding someone's vehicle who is 100% cleared, you're saying? Right? Just asking.
We didn't think Ashley Banfield would have gone out that far, with her professional sources, and to, put it into the environment that this car right here that you're looking at with the big circle on it would have not been impounded. And if so, if it was impounded, the only thing I could have thought of, from an investigative aspect, and Bob, you weigh in here as well, is you don't impound the cars from the family whose mother's been abducted unless there is a linkage somehow to the investigation. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. And they wouldn't have kept the car this long either. So even if it did have some...
They don't have the timestamps of the perpetrator on there because there was no subscription or anything, and they got it back by a private company through... so that's why there's not going to be any timestamp on there. Yep.
Minor evidentiary value. Let's say hypothetically it was stolen or something, and they thought that it would have some evidence. They would have returned it to the family by now. So it is significant, in my opinion, that they have continued to hold it. And at this point, it's been several weeks. What, about 3 weeks since they took the car? So it's
both of them word sleuth. The linkage of the car is what Nancy was dropped off in. I mean, again, if they know Nancy, I mean, come on, if they know Nancy was dropped off in the vehicle, they don't need to test anything from that vehicle. If they know that Tommaso dropped her off, the crime happened at her home. The crime happened at her home. Why are we needing to spend hours in Tommaso's home is the question. Hours, multiple times. Right? I mean, something is wrong here. That's not normal. It's just not normal to do this, to go back over and over and over.
It has significant evidentiary value, in my opinion. That's not an indictment on the owners of the vehicle. It's just simply stating an educated guess on why they're holding it that long, because it is significant to the case.
And that's another great point. We are not saying that anybody is implicated in this. We are just simply asking the questions. Do you still have the car, and why? And if we didn't get the why piece of this answered from.
Yes, her DNA could be in that vehicle, if she sat up front or whatever, but her DNA would be all in the house too. You know what I mean? Unless potentially something, God forbid, happened in one of those vehicles. I don't know, but the sheriff says that family clear. Again, I don't think Savannah or brother, absolutely, but the thing going back to that house is very weird.
Pima County, but we were told that yes, they still have the car impounded in their custody, and it is, quote, part of the investigation, end quote.
So,
okay, so the either Tommaso or Annie's vehicle, they still have it impounded 26 days later. It is, quote, part of the investigation. Why? I seriously. I heard one explanation was that Nancy was being surveyed over time, and there was a tracking device on Annie's car. I mean, I think we can pretty much all of us at this time at least say that this is premeditated at the very least, right? If this doofus who is on camera was there before, and it seemingly was, even though the sheriff is coming out talking about that as well, I think we can all speculate at least that this is two different times that the guy in the camera was at the house, right? And if that is the case, this is clearly premeditated. I mean, if put a 1 in the chat if you think it's premeditated. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I would like to see if there's anybody. I mean, if you do, you do. But do you think that it's not premeditated? A 1 if you do, a 2 if you don't. I just want to see if you are to like how or like why do you think that, Okay, Tracy, can you tell me just your opinion on why you think it's not premeditated? Because I truly want to know. I truly want to know that, like the logic of how you're thinking on that. Okay, here we go.
Read some of the emails or some of the conversation you had with the PIO.
Sure.
And this is from the horse's mouth.
Listen to this.
At
Horse's
the sheriff's
mouth.
department. Okay. And remember, this is the only channel
Horse's mouth, right here.
Okay, that within 2 days after we started dissecting this case and we put the panel together and all started saying, okay, if this was ours, how would this thing flow? Okay. And the thought process was there are 2 lanes going.
There has to be a flow, right, to an investigation. This leads to this, of where the evidence or where the police are going with this. And we need to link how we got from Annie or Tommaso's vehicle still being impounded and is, quote, part of the investigation, to nobody is cleared, not even the family, to the family is cleared and has nothing, and then the family is cleared at this time. How are we getting to these? How are we getting here?
That the FBI, train number 1, I said, left the station. They're going to chase all the Bitcoin. They're going to, put all the, technical resources, evidence resources in. But at the house, Pima County Sheriff's Office is going to stay in that lane because that's going to be their homicide guys working this case from that position. So what did we all see? We all saw the timeline come out. We all questioned. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody, like even everybody in the chat and our subscribers, our members, we all started critically thinking, going, wait a minute, there's a gap in the garage door timeline. We have the 948, 950, but we don't have if, in fact, that garage ever opened up at any other time. And I thought that was an anomaly, and everybody else agreed, and we came to the consensus, okay, well, that's a big question mark. How did they get into the house? And then if you watch
Think about
just
this.
recently where we had Maureen and Bob and, with Maureen and others, I brought up the fact that there is one door that nobody's questioning, and that was on the patio.
Yes, I think that's the sliding door. The sliding door, right? And a lot of people don't talk about that. And that is close to the, if I recall, it's close to the garage and fairly close to the other little house thing, because had to get in some way, right?
Okay, the sliding glass door. It is a small pony wall that anybody could just jump over. And so that gave the front door as a point of entry. It gave the garage as a point of entry.
Yeah.
It gave the 2 back doors, one to the garage, one to the interior of the house, as points of entry. And it also gave 2 slider doors as points of entry into that house. So there's a total of 6 points of entry into that house. What's interesting is the sheriff said, well, we're not going to release that information, okay, not to the public at this point. Okay, so we're going to talk about that here in a couple of minutes. So, hon, what did the PIO say?
Okay, listen to these messages. Okay, listen to these messages that Karen is going to put out, because this is from one of those I don't want to say one of those, someone with good sources. I'll just say that. Okay, so listen to this direct from the horse's mouth.
Right. Okay, so my conversation was with one of the public information officers at Pima County Sheriff's Department. They work directly for Sheriff Nanos. So I asked about whether Annie's car was still an impound or whether it was returned back to her. And first, this PIO said, quote, as for the vehicle question, that's part of the investigation. Okay, so I got that in an email. And then I spoke with him on the phone yesterday and had a little bit more of a conversation with him. And again, pressed him on the question, do you still have her car? He said, well, we can't answer that. Quote, we can't answer that. We don't want to give away, quote, any information.
Now, when they don't want to answer that, that's all you really need to know, in my opinion. But still, Nancy never made it home. The Uber to their house. Why? She did make it home. She made it home.
Related to this case. I asked him again if he could confirm whether Annie's car was still there. And I said, look, if it's not still there, then say so. which would go along with what the sheriff said.
Right.
By releasing the statement saying, well, the family and their spouses have all been cleared.
Exactly.
And I said, look, we don't want to report erroneous information, of course. And then I said, okay, hypothetically, let's talk. If this were a completely different case, if this wasn't the Guthrie case, and if the sheriff had impounded a car during an investigation, and then that person was cleared, would that car be released to that person or would you keep it?
What's
and the
the point of
PIO
keeping it?
said, well, yes, we would release that car.
Exactly.
Because that is what typically happens.
Exactly.
Okay. So that,
Exactly. If you are cleared, and that's a big thing to be cleared, right? It's a big thing to be cleared. The sheriff, he drives me nuts, says they're not cleared, not even the family, then they are cleared. But why release their car? Release Annie's car, Mr. Sheriff, if they are. Thank you so much, Miss Ginger. Brian Enton interviewed a hostage negotiator asking about it being someone obsessed with Savannah. Could be why they were there for 40 minutes. I don't know. I know Savannah fears that this, that she could have some creepo obsessed with her or whatever. But to me, this is, let's think about this for a second. Think about it this way. Excuse me. Let's say someone's obsessed with her. Okay. Are you going to have help with one? It's usually just one creepo, one rando, weird ass person that is obsessed with you, right? You're not going to have help with that. You're not going to have help with that. Right? So I don't buy someone being obsessed with Savannah. Think that through. When's the last time you saw some random person obsessed with a celebrity or star or anyone for that matter have help? You don't see it because it doesn't happen. It's someone that is just a lone wolf that is just not right in the head that they have this obsession. This is very much planned, very much premeditated. And it seems like there is a lot of parties in this. I'm not saying a buku of parties, but it seems like there's two different, I just get a feeling that there's two different bases. Someone that was mad or felt wronged or something, and someone had something done. It's an 84-year-old woman with a pacemaker. Y'all, what's she gonna do? What's she gonna do? It could be political, but I don't believe it's nationally political. I believe if it is political, it is only locally political, because Nancy was very much big into the local politics as well.
That was the conversation.
Right.
Did a car during an investigation, and then that person was cleared. Would that car be released to that person or would you keep it? And the PIO said, well, yes, we would release that car because that is what typically happens. Okay. So that, that was the conversation.
Okay. Now, again, Karen is asking someone here if this was someone's car and you was looking at it. Okay, think about it this way. If you cleared the family and you took that car in to be tested with something, you would have had to have made a determination that that car is not valuable in the investigation anymore because you cleared people in the family, right? If you cleared them, it's obviously no value to you, so you return the car. But in this case, sheriff is saying cleared, but we're allegedly keeping the car. How? Right? How are you keeping the car? If the family is no value to you in the investigation, meaning they are not part of the investigation, then you can return that car. And I think that is whoever talks to Sheriff Nanos next needs to ask him that. Okay, sir, you are saying that everyone in this family is clear. Why do you have the car? Because it means something or it doesn't.
And then he came back and said, well, again, he repeated himself. The car is part of the investigation. And to be clear again, I want to say
Okay. Again, the car is part of the investigation. This is why nobody likes you, Sheriff. This is why. Exactly why. How is Annie's car part of that investigation? If she is cleared. Thank you, Denise.
He told you, I'll answer you later in the afternoon.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So that's what he came back with. Okay.
So he said, I'll answer you later. He's trying to get out of that because he doesn't want to go any further in that, obviously. Right.
Okay.
So that's the new running line now. The car, Bob, yes. The car is part of the investigation.
It's part of the investigation. I want to be clear again. We are not saying that the family is involved. We're not implicating anybody.
No.
We are asking these questions.
Yeah, it's not about saying any specific family member is involved. It's the buffoonery that this sheriff is saying when we clearly know that things aren't adding up, right? Either just don't say anything, sheriff. I mean, but it's too late now because he seems like he has to speak out on everything, go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it just creates more confusion, more misinformation.
Questions of the sheriff who is running the investigation.
And that's scary.
Yeah, very legitimate question too. I mean, you know,
that's scary.
Without beating a dead horse here, you hold a car that long, there is some evidentiary value to it, no doubt in my mind. So, and I think that value, that evidentiary value is significant in this case.
And that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
That totally makes sense. And just hang on before you make that point. Mm-hmm. I mean, look, we saw when they made, I guess it was the hot stop down in Rio Rico, and they detained Carlos. They searched him. They got a search warrant for his house, and then they released him.
Yes.
Right? So it would stand to reason if somebody's cleared, they're going to release the vehicle as well.
Correct.
Bob, your thoughts?
Yeah.
Let's think of this. Think of it this way. Okay. All right. Carlos, like Karen just discussed right there. Carlos was detained, right? They looked at 2 vehicles, right? The vehicle that him and his girlfriend or wife, I think girlfriend, was in, and a white van. Okay. Now, are those vehicles back? Does Carlos have those vehicles? Allegedly, yes. Right? If Carlos has his vehicles, tell me, why does not Annie, the daughter of Mrs. Guthrie? Makes you wonder. Makes you kind of wonder, doesn't it? Now, they've only been to Carlos's house at one time that we're aware of. Now, Tommaso and Annie's house, they've been there multiple times. Right? I think. Now, is diarrhea in the mouth before we could get a word? Because it's part of the investigation. Miss Kelsey, thank you so much, my dear, for renewing your membership. Love you long time. Good to see you, my dear. Is there a group? And all maybe FBI knows, and let them all walk for now. Lucko, I believe so. Yes. In my opinion, I believe so. Well, the Range Rovers, allegedly part of, they took that in as well. Kelsey, I saw your text a second ago. I hope you have that for me. I hope you can send me that video.
Agree. And if I can, let me comment on clearing someone. We've discussed that quite a bit in the previous episodes that I participated in. But let me just say this. The only person really that can emphatically clear someone in a criminal case is a prosecutor, not a sheriff, not even a detective.
By the way, yesterday, whenever they were at the house and there was all, people dressed up and all of that, and someone went in the garage, a vehicle went in the garage, whatever, there was allegedly prosecutors there as well.
Now, a detective can come out and say, well, I'm not looking at this person as a suspect or a person of interest. But really, the only person that can clear someone in this type of case, or any criminal case for that matter, is a prosecutor and not a law enforcement official, not a sheriff or a police chief or a detective. And we tend to conflate those two things, clearing someone and not looking at them as a person of interest. So I think that's an important distinction to make, especially in a case like this, and especially since the sheriff clearing the Guthrie family has been such a significant comment that he made. And again, that's not suggestive that the Guthries are suspects or anything like that. It's just that since it was such a major incident, a major portion of this case lately, I think it warrants some kind of explanation, at least to the audience.
Yeah, and what's your thought? I mean, from a PIO's perspective of what he said to you, how did he dance?
He didn't even dance. It was just like reiterating, robotic, like, I mean, he's doing his job. I'm not blaming him. Obviously, the sheriff doesn't want to, number one, hold press conferences anymore. The very few interviews he's given have been trickled out, and I don't believe he's even talked to the media. Although you do hear that, like, he'll text back a reporter out at the scene. I mean, it's just bizarre to me that he's not releasing information all at once. The feds aren't talking except for leaked sources, apparently, in this case. And, you know, you can give statements to the media, because I did this. I was a PIO for 5 years. I always tried to say, look, let me give you something. Let me tell you what I can tell you. And then if you're asking specific questions about the investigation, I can't release it. So you have to be able to say, we can't release that at this time. It's,
You know, a lot of people thinks that Nancy may have come to the front door. Kelly says maybe the whole point of removing the Ring camera was that someone Nancy knew by voice would come to the front door. He grabbed her and started bleeding while he's shutting the door. Then the car is gone. But couple problems in that, in my opinion, Kelly. One is that they were there 40 some minutes. Number one. Number two, she has 2 hearing aids that she cannot hear, and she did not have them in, apparently. Number 3, I don't see an 84-year-old woman answering the door at 2:00 in the morning. Right? Yeah. And the sheriff said she was actually taken out of her bed as well. However, he pulled back on that after the media asked him in one of the press briefings. He said she was literally taken out of her bed. And he said, well, I use that metaphorically, that she was taken from her home in the nighttime. I think she was taken out of her bed as well. I think she wouldn't have heard at all. She's not going to be up at 2:00 in the morning when she's got to be at church very early. Remember, she didn't get home till 9:45, nearly 10:00 at night. Right? I believe she was taken out of her bed. God bless her. That had to be scary as hell for any soul, let alone an 84-year-old lady with a pacemaker, barely mobile, and can't hear worth the damn. Right? Savannah is headed back to, yep, she is.
critical information to the case. We're not going to jeopardize the case, or words to that effect. You know, again, it's hard to know if they're just shutting down on all information, or if we hit a sensitive vein with the car and there's more going on behind the scenes. It's hard to know.
You know, I think there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. In fact, I think they're moving right along. They're not trudging along. I think they're moving full steam ahead. And what we saw yesterday at Nancy's house, to me, is another indicator of that. So I have no doubt. We've said this previously on your show, that my opinion is they're all working well together, despite some of the rhetoric from the top of the FBI and well, not necessarily FBI, but the sheriff for sure. But I think they're working all well together, and they're moving ahead. Some of the video that we've seen, clearly the FBI agents and the Pima County detectives are together, walking through or going back up to the house, or just in their day-to-day activities where the media has caught them. Clearly they're all working together. So that's what we thought, and that's the way this should go, in my opinion.
Yeah, and let's, to your point, Bob, let's bring the audience up to speed. So this is,
and that's and that's what you would think. That's what you would think. It usually does give you a notification, but who knows if she's going to hear her notification at 2 a.m., if she's going to check her notification at 2 a.m. I think they went straight to her bed. Straight to her bed, in my opinion. After someone is claimed dead, you go to the register of deed. That's what my sister-in-law did. I just called and asked. Um, yeah, well, I mean, they have to be declared dead. Yeah, they have to be declared dead by a doctor, a coroner, and the government, right? Hello, Alicia. Good to see you, my dear. This predator has access to NG. Level of vulnerability, SA should not be ruled out. Absolutely. SA should not be ruled out. I think that's not the reason why this happened. In my opinion, I don't think it should be ruled out. I agree with that. But you got to realize as well, this person was there before. Someone that is randomly trying to SA someone usually don't wait. They usually don't plan it days or weeks later. It's usually a very what's the word I'm looking for? It's usually done with the quickness. Impulsivity. There we go.
Say, this is a photograph that I put up, 4 or 5 days ago, where
Okay,
everybody, while we've been looking at this objectively, one of the things that you learn quickly and through, even courses that you take in homicide investigations and those kind of things from Department of Justice, et cetera, is slow down. Just slow down when you first get there.
You guys see the sliding door?
Believe it or not, there have been statistical studies that have been done that if a homicide investigator within the first 10 minutes of getting there makes about almost just under 400 decisions rather rapidly.
Yeah.
And now here's the interesting thing about that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Within the first 10 minutes of an average homicide, they make about 400 decisions. Shayna, good to see you, my dear. Thank you so much. There is new footage that is out, my dear. Shayna, thank you so much for your 1 month. If you go back to the beginning, I show that footage and we talk about some of the cars and stuff.
Of those decisions,
my friend,
every one of them has to be at least close to correct, because you will be asked about those decisions on the stand by a defense attorney. Now, and that's why it's critical when you get onto a scene, and we teach this through the Cold Case Foundation to new homicide investigators, that when you get there, when you debrief the patrol guys, that you have to, while you're taking notes, when they say, yeah, this witness said this witness said that, well, you just do a cursory note, because by the time you get that witness back into the interview room back at the station or into a controlled environment.
We love Dr. Gary Picardo. We love Dr. Gary. The sheriff probably just isn't used of doing these type of investigations. Well, you see, I mean, again, I got, I had a lot of, and I have a lot of compassion for the sheriff in the beginning, but this is the thing. He says something and then he pulls back and says the opposite. And this is a huge investigation, and it's just best not to say anything, in my opinion. It's just not a good excuse, in my opinion.
And you turn on that tape.
And I'm almost always very supportive of law enforcement, because it's easier to, like I say, for people to just criticize than, from our point of view. But he's not done any favors.
Recorder, okay, that statement could change, because they're still going through the trauma of the event, calling the 911, getting the cops on the scenes. So there's a lot of dynamics that take place with eyewitness testimony, okay? So in this situation, who's the we have the Uber driver who picks her up, drops her off, allegedly at the house.
Okay,
we have the family say,
listen,
what they said. Yeah, we were here at dinner and all this other stuff. Okay. And then you have the call coming in. Mom's not at church. She's not on the stream. And the family dialing 911. Well, that first deputy on the scene got all that information like that.
Quick.
Okay. But from who? Whoever was the reporting party.
Yes. And that's a very, very, who was the reporting party that gave this deputy that was first there this information, right? That she was with the family the night before, that she took an Uber, that she was driven back, that they seen her go in the house, that she had church the next morning with a group of individuals. Y'all can't see me over here, sorry. On the mobile, I apologize. I was move this camera just a little bit. So who was all of that in the very beginning? Because that's important. They knew all of this information.
That mom was missing. Okay. Who's ever on 911, which, by the way, we have not heard that call yet. We've only heard the dispatch, BOLO, that was put out usually.
The radio broadcast.
The radio broadcast,
right.
The second day. So we don't know what the initial 911 call was to say, hi, hey, we can't.
I mean, yeah. AMG says, was there any proof that Nancy made it home on 1/31 other than the word of Tommaso Annie? Were there phones pinged at night for the area? I have not heard anything on this. Okay. So a lot of people wonder, did she make it home? And yes, you got to think of the crime scene. There was clearly enough inside this house and outside of the house that showed that Nancy was there, that she was bleeding, that her phone was there, her hearing aids were there, and the phone was cut off, that the camera, the Ring doorbell camera, was ripped at a certain time as well. All of those things shows that she was there. She was there, right? Thank you, Jason. I keep trying to see if Nancy was there at all. All of the things together of the pacemaker disconnected and blood at the scene. Yeah. She was there. She was there. And she was there with all of this, the blood, whatever is inside the home, the phone being turned off, the pacemaker showing that it was connected to the phone or the watch or whatever. Tina, thank you so much. Is there any footage of the family dropping off at home? That's a good question, Miss Tina. Thank you so much for that. That's a very good question. Not that we're aware of. But you would think that they would have footage of the vehicle Tommaso driving Nancy home somewhere on business footage at the very least. And hopefully the vehicle that was used was not, the data was not written over as well. It probably wasn't because it was just a few hours later. So it shouldn't have been written over or anything. They'd probably be able to tell in that with GPS and the software.
Can't find my mom. So that's still, they're holding that close to the chest, rightfully so. Okay? But the first deputy on the scene is going immediately into an investigative mode, because if she's a missing person, she's a very high risk missing person that within that first 2-3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So he's processing, or she's processing, whoever that first witness is going to be on the stand one day, okay, what was told to him. And then from there, he's making decisions to do a couple of things. One, I need to tell my responding officers what's going on for their own, as they're coming in, they're going to do things as they're responding to the scene. He's also making a decision, or a supervisor who may be listening is making a decision. I'm going to be responding automatically. And so now once that supervisor gets on scene, he goes to that first deputy and says, what do we have? And that deputy repeats the initial information that was told to him.
That's a good question as well, Leilani. Clutch, have they found any, found if Carlos delivered any Amazon packages to Nancy? He said he may have. He doesn't recall. Again, the Carlos thing has me bewildered, because what led them to Carlos? And they pulled right out. I don't believe it's just his eyes. I don't believe it would be him delivering a package hours before Nancy went missing at all either. Yes, we can't hear the 911 calls. That as well. Was the 911 call not released? 911 call was not released at all. And again, it to me, it goes back to the person, like Chris is talking here as well, the person who called this in to report that Nancy was at family's home, that they played games and did all that, and she was driven back. And then there is allegedly Annie's car that is still in evidence. Why can't you just release that 911 call? If family is cleared, right? If the family, Tommaso, if they are cleared, I'm not saying that they're, involved in any way, shape, or form. But the question is, if they are cleared, why not release the car? Why not release the 911 call? No, Jason. You're not blocked. There's two different chats going on. We have the vertical and we have the horizontal. So you might not be able to see some others in there. They may be in the other chat. They have records from Amazon and pics were delivered. All is numbered and checked off, same as FedEx. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, he is Lady for Justice. He sure is. Okay, Alicia. I think they won't release that because it may have not been family, if it's true. But regardless, family or not, why can't you release that 911 call?
Through the reporting party. Remember, the Uber driver is not there. Okay. None of that has taken place yet for these initial responding folks. Okay. It's at that point she is deemed a high risk 84-year-old mom, disappears out of a house. They go into that house and then they discover what they described as a crime scene. Okay.
Yes. And that's exactly what I said just a minute ago, right? The sheriff, which nobody plays it, and I need to play the entire time the sheriff the first time spoke. He was outdoors. I think he was outside the home. It's about 10 or 11 minutes long. The reporter asked, "Is this something normal that you normally do?" Meaning, do you normally have homicide would you normally have homicide here if she was just taken out of the house? And he says, no, it's not normal. This was based what was inside. This was a crime scene. Okay. What happened inside? Something really bad. Obviously, there was blood on the outside, blood in front of the door, blood in the driveway area. Remember that, Tina? Yeah. So something's not jiving.
Now, we don't know what that crime scene looks like. We know now, weeks later, that crime scene has additional DNA evidence inside that house.
And blood.
And blood. And we hear now from Savannah, her mother was taken out of the bed.
Yes. I think she was ambushed out of the bed, actually. This was an ambush. And again, you got to think of an 84-year-old woman. She is very, her risk, right? There is, everyone, depending on your lifestyle and your age and all of that, you're either a high risk victim or a low risk victim. She's about as low risk as it gets, right? About as low risk as it gets. An 84-year-old woman. I think she was ambushed.
Okay.
Chris?
So, yeah, Bob, go.
No, I'm sorry for cutting. I just want to make a point. When you're done with that thought, I just want to go back to the photo of the patio with the pony wall and make a point. And sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, go. Here it is.
Okay, so this patio with the pony wall, and it looks to me like it has two sliders. Is that what you see as well?
Yes.
Okay, so
I know
with a home this size, and I think most people will agree with me, the master bedroom, the master suite, is going to be off of this patio. Okay.
Correct. Because she says in her journals, she goes and sits outside. Remember,
Okay.
On the patio to read.
On the patio to write in her journals.
Okay. So if this is the point of entry, think about that. Now, we have some significant reason to believe if Nancy was in the house at the time,
correct, that Cassie,
whoever came in broke in through one of those sliders. Think about that. Think about how Nancy was awakened and just the terror that she must have felt with someone coming in one of those doors with a stocking cap and dressed the way at least the person in the front was. So
unbelievable fear.
I just wanted to make that point. So as you mentioned earlier, that pony wall is just very small. Anybody can leap over that, climb over that very easily.
Thank you, Jason.
And then who knows, maybe she left a slider partially open or something to get some fresh air into the room, that kind of thing. It doesn't look like there's any significant forced entry, but
that's the thing, right? First of all, it doesn't, it says that it doesn't appear that there's any forced entry, and that can only mean a couple things, really. That they had access to get in some way where they didn't have to damage doors or anything like that, even though they did take cameras and stuff. But we're talking about getting access inside the home to initially get in there. That means they either had to have a key, a code, or was able to pry open something without it breaking and appearing. Or like he said, there had to be a door cracked or something. But again, just my opinion, I don't see an 84-year-old woman with a pacemaker and 2 hearing aids keeping a door cracked in the middle of the night for fresh air. It's, when you're alone at a house, it's more scary, right? Because you're alone. You don't have anyone else there. And so you're generally more cautious of keeping the doors locked, keeping everything as, keeping yourself as safe as possible. Not that really anyone thinks that, someone's going to come in at 2:00 in the morning in a mask and abduct and you or an 84-year-old lady either. And blood trail, no mom, stuff left behind, and 40 is like 42 or 43 minutes. Yeah. Who's gonna? It's a significant amount of time to be there, and it's the only reason I myself can conclude that someone was going to be there 40 some minutes is they were cleaning up some things, meaning I think cameras, prying the cameras off and that kind of thing. But more importantly, they had to know that nobody was coming, right? Nobody was coming. If you think the popo is on the way or a neighbor hears you, sees you, or whatever, your ass is out of there with the quickness, right? You're not going to be there. You're not going to sit there. You're in and out. They wanted Nancy. They didn't go there for anything else. They would have taken it if they wanted something. Nancy was the goal for them. Nancy, not jewelry any in the house or anything else. It was Nancy. No, Lydia, I don't think, I think it's always got to be on the table that there's essay, but again, you got to think of the premeditation of them allegedly being there, this person being there days prior, right? This person there days prior. Well, if that's the case, generally, if someone's going to essay someone, it's a very impulsive thing, and they do it in the moment. It's not something that's generally planned like this. I believe Nancy fought back as much as she could. She's a firecracker, from what people say. So, I have 70% hearing loss in one ear. The other ear, I hear 100% okay. But I sleep on my good ear. I can't hear if someone comes in my apartment or if my cell rings. Yeah. Yeah.
But this,
very good point.
With this view that we have, we really can't tell because as you and I know, Chris, it doesn't take much to open a slider. You can do it with a simple screwdriver in most cases, and we're not going to be able to see it from this vantage point. So it doesn't mean that there's a broken window or broken glass out of one of the sliders.
And you also have to think of this as well. Nancy was dropped off at about 9:45 p.m. To me, it's a little late. I don't know. But she was dropped off about 9:45 p.m., right? At around 2:30, all of this is happening, right? We're talking 4.5 hours after Nancy is dropped off, maximum, that she is being removed out of this house after she gets there.
It can be popped open very easily, and if she did have it cracked open, I have a slider in my bedroom and I crack it open all the time, especially when it's warm out, and we know even this time of year it can be very warm in the Tucson area. So that could have happened that way.
Well, one thing that is I believe is very important to ask, and I'm absolutely sure investigators have asked it, but did Nancy normally go over on the weekends, every weekend or every other weekend or once a month or once a quarter, whatever? Is that something that she normally did? If it's not, then that's a little more suspicious. It's even more suspicious, in my opinion. Right? Because the time frame of her getting there and then being taken out of the house is, you want to know if this is something that she normally went over there and had dinner and all of this.
Just wanted to point out and get people to think about perhaps what Nancy was going through if she were in fact taken from her bed, as we think now, based on recent comments.
Yes, Lydia.
So that's just the point I wanted to make.
It's an interesting point too, because now it's got me thinking, okay, if they came in through the slider into her bedroom, her hearing aids are off, she didn't hear anything until she did. We don't know what happened in the bedroom, and then she's taken out the front door, clearly because it would have been easier for a car to pull right up and put her in, right? I mean, if she was to go back out, if they were to have taken her back out through the patio door over the pony wall, and there's a lot of, brush.
I mean, again, think of this. Like we were talking about, an 84-year-old woman is not a high risk victim, right? It's very, very low risk. Again, she's pretty immobile. She's got to walk with a cane. Think about the perpetrator or the perpetrators who was kidnapping her, right? You're either going to have to walk her to the car slowly with the cane, or you're going to have to carry her. You can't just rush an 84-year-old woman to the car. She's immobile, number one. Number two, she falls and breaks a hip. You're done anyways. Right? So you got to think of that too. It either took them time to get her to the car, or they had to carry her to the car. It's if there's one or two, if there's one, you're not going to carry her by yourself. You're just not. If there was two, you might, be able to carry her. But if you had to walk her to the car, now remember, in the one footage, there is, one second. In the one footage, there is him with the GUN, right? And that, remember we said when we didn't know the footage was from 2 different days, we said that if this person, if we thought when it was the same day, this person didn't have the GUN in the backpack, and that the GUN is the intimidator, right? You put a GUN against someone or threaten them with it, that intimidates them to follow direction. So when we saw that photo of this person not having the GUN, the perpetrator doesn't normally sit it down, right? So now it makes a lot more sense that this was 2 different days. But this person, if they got Nancy to move by herself, it had to be with a GUN to make her walk, right? It's very interesting.
Trees around there, it would have complicated things for the perp.
Yeah, we would have had much more evidence of that. Yeah. The evidence, but what we do know, what we can say, and and solidify this as a fact, is the blood. It is her blood. It's DNA, certified. It belongs to Nancy Guthrie. So that tells us a ton of information. It tells us, obviously she is injured. Now, how that happened, we'll just, we could speculate for a month and a half. Okay. And that's not important right now. What's important is we know at the time of an assault somewhere, she is injured. We don't know if it's, a life-threatening injury. We don't know if it's actually she's deceased. We don't know that. Okay. But we definitely know there's evidence of this injury. Now, I would submit inside of that house, that is why the homicide guys were called out, because that's only a small amount of blood out on the porch. Okay. There has to be much more.
Listen to this.
Some type of evidentiary fluids inside of that house.
Yep. Bingo.
That has caused them such concern. And we said this in the very beginning of.
Okay. Now you got to think about that, right? Now, just because we saw it's not a large amount of blood. There's not a large amount of blood outside of the house. There's blood, but it's not like enough where you can't sustain life anymore, right? We don't know exactly what was inside. And again, the sheriff said that this was obviously a crime scene from the jump. Homicide detectives were there from the beginning. Okay. Since homicide detectives were there from the beginning, what would indicate inside there? Because if there's just a few droplets of blood inside, you don't necessarily, that's not going to push you toward homicide immediately, right? It had to be that there was, oh, my pen's leaking. It had to be that there was something really, really bad inside that house. Really, really bad inside the house.
This thing, when it went down, when the sheriff was talking about that initially, my question was, he had made a comment about, well, we sent that off and we have others that we believe we can put into CODIS.
I don't think so, yeah. I mean,
so that tells me and told us collectively that, okay, there's more going on here. There was a big struggle. Something happened inside that house where there is additional DNA. Now that DNA has come forward, and there's a question of whether or not, it can be separated, because it sounds like it's
mixed.
Mixed.
It's a mixed DNA sample.
Right. which now can
also is again, I want to say that the sheriff now says that the family is cleared, not blaming them, anything like that. But what I will say, again, we've talked about the car and all of that. Is this a coincidence that this happened out of all days, just hours after being with the family, right? Is that a coincidence? They weren't together every day like this, right? If this is planned or premeditated, that would certainly set up as a good alibi, in my opinion, as well, right? No, we had a great dinner, and yeah, dropped my mother-in-law off, and said good night, and all of that. They came back at night and took photos with lights out in the front room. It was on a lab. Correct. They did. Yes. They did that at Tommaso's home as well. They weren't making Nancy disappear. They were making evidence on a body disappear. I would say both, in my opinion. Bathroom, 84-year-old woman wears briefs, diapers. She needed to be changed before they left. She hit her head on sink and slipped on the floor. There is no coincidences, I believe, in this case. I think they have zero photos of the family time together that night. I think that there was a family gathering that night, in my opinion. I think that there could have potentially been, in my opinion, an argument or a serious conversation. And it could have went sideways, not the way maybe someone wanted it. I don't know.
Be only a couple of things. It could be saliva, as Suzanne Ryan pointed out, a DNA expert, from the bite, the camera or the flashlight. It could be from the gloves. It could be, fluids from an assault of sort, maybe an SA or something to that effect, which, Lord forbid, that's like horrible. Okay. Or it could just be, from a fight where she got a couple of scratches in, and, the skin or anything. I mean, it could be 1,000 things, or it could be on.
I think Nancy is, she's 84, but I do believe that she is, she knows to leave DNA if possible, right? The person's DNA if possible. I think she's going to put up a fight. You don't want to ever, in all possibilities, if possible, not let that person take you to a second place, right? It's now or never. They might have a GUN to you or whatever, but you fight before they try to put you in a car or anything else. It's now or never. You don't let them take you to the second location, if at all possible, right?
Cheats.
They're going to try to intimidate you with the GUN and all that, but it's now or never, mother chicken. We're gonna dance.
It could be on the pillows. It could be on the floor. There's a lot of could be's in this thing.
We saw in one of the photos of Nancy and Savannah, I think taken from the Today Show set, that Nancy had significant, I'll call it bruising. I'm not sure what the medical term would be, in her arm. I believe it was her left arm.
Yeah.
And so that would tell me that she bleeds very easily. So it could very easily be a defensive wound.
she's almost certainly on blood thinner, right? If she's got a pacemaker and she's obviously got heart issues, she's almost certainly on blood thinner. When you're 84 years old, you can hit something very, very easily and bleed. It's nothing. But also, that blood that she was bleeding is very important, because you got to think she was most certainly put in some sort of vehicle, right? And if she was alive, she was put into a seat of a car, or God forbid a trunk or whatever. But regardless, that blood is going to be in that vehicle. I don't care how much you clean it. You can clean it till the day of judgment. They're going to pick it up. They're going to pick up the blood in this vehicle.
Sustained in the initial assault, if she was dragged out of bed. Even something as simple as grabbing her arm and twisting the skin could have caused that to bleed. So it could be that simple. I agree with you on the essay, and as unfortunate as that might be, I think that is still in play as far as we're concerned, until we learn otherwise. But that could be the mixture of fluids as well.
Yeah. And so then we step back for a minute and we hear the latest plea from Savannah,
which was, she released it Tuesday on her Instagram, just 2 days ago.
So let's listen to this for a second, everyone. I know you've heard it 100 times over the last couple of days, but I want to make a couple of observations here. And Karen came up with a really good observation. Hang on, let me press play.
It is day 24 since our mom
Hang on, I know.
was taken in the dark of night from her bed.
Okay, hang on for a second.
And every hour and minute and second.
Sorry.
And every long.
Back down. All right, we keep, let me get this. Sorry about that.
Getting some new information from federal
Going to my
prosecutors.
audio here.
In a second.
That's okay. We can wait.
Let me just fast forward.
Yeah. Jump now. Obviously, yeah, that was correct information.
All right.
And
look
again,
at this right here.
Bob, it just goes to, we can't even imagine how terrifying this must have been for Nancy. This 85-year-old woman, I mean, asleep in her bed. We know she uses powerful hearing aids, and, could have been fast asleep. And then, oh my gosh, all of a sudden the guy on the porch with the mask and everything that, with the gun, this masked man ends up in her bedroom.
Riviera, did you send a text or did you send a email? Because I didn't get a text, my dear.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be terrifying to anyone, being awakened at 2 a.m. or thereabouts, and having somebody come in and literally rip you out of bed. So how do the investigators come to the conclusion that she was taken from her bed? Well, obviously, if the bed is unmade and looks like it had been recently slept in or occupied, that's a clue. But clothing, maybe even her toothbrush still being wet in the bathroom and things like that would be a good indicator for them, for the detectives, as to whether or not she was, removed from the bedroom. There were a bunch of questions about that and in the comments. So that would be one way.
And don't you think that the sheriff was holding it back a little on the overprotective side? I don't know what else to call it. Because he's thinking clearly, oh, we're going to hold on to information that only the suspect knows, only the perpetrator of this would know. We don't want to release it. Something like that actually speaks to the horrific nature of this crime. And I totally disagree when authorities downplay the severity of the horrific crime. We saw this in the Koberger case. I don't get into it, but to lessen what these victims go through is
I didn't get the
disgusting to
text.
me. And it's not, you're not revealing or screwing up your investigation by revealing the horror that the victim or victims went through. So
Yeah.
your
Yeah, the
thoughts.
Koberger case, as you well know, is a good example of that. There were reports and some video and still photos of blood actually visible on the outside of the Koberger house. So, you know, you don't have to be a detective to understand that that was a very horrific scene in there. And now, of course, we've seen some video of it. So,
Well, and even downplaying, again, I don't want to mix cases here, but even downplaying how many times the college students were stabbed, again, doesn't give away the crime scene, doesn't give away intimate
Right.
knowledge that you're going to need to pursue the
Right.
perp. But what
Right.
it
Just just them saying about how bad this was like inside, it doesn't give away any information that's going to be critical for the case.
does is it lessens the crime, and it's a false sense of security for the neighborhood, the community, and it's a disservice to the victims and the victims' families.
Very much.
well, and
Well said, Karen.
to that point, I do believe I am in the camp that the sheriff said too much from the beginning. And I pointed out the door. He commented about the door being found open. I believe he used the word open, not unlocked, but open. And so as a detective, an investigator, I don't want my PIO to give away a lot in my case. So we want to know, of course, we want to know as much as they'll tell us, but I do believe that rightfully so, they should hold their cards close to the vest and not divulge a whole lot of stuff to us.
And that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, but we're seeing the opposite. I'll give you an example. All the activity going on at Nancy Guthrie's house yesterday on Wednesday, you had the feds, you have what people are,
Okay.
I guess,
got this. Thank you for sending
speculating
me that
and or
email.
confirmed that you had prosecutors, federal.
Okay, guys, I'm going to show you this. We'll get back to this in just a second. Someone just sent me this. Very interesting. Here we go. Make sure you guys sub up to the interview room with Chris McDonough and Karen. Love them. They was my first true crime channel that I became a member to when I first came to YouTube. And Chris and Karen are as good as it gets.
Bringing you the latest on the continued search efforts for Nancy Guthrie. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I'm Monica Garcia as we close in on the fourth week of the search for Nancy Guthrie. The activity continues outside the 84-year-old's home, from the roadways to being inside the home. People were there today. And News 4 Tucson's Jacob Owens joins us live from the foothills. And Jacob, it appears the road behind you is back open.
Yeah, Monica, you're correct. So over the weekend, some will remember this actually turned into a one-way road right in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. But as of today, it's reopened both ways. And the big change here is you're not going to see members of the media, streamers parked along the street in front of Guthrie's home. You have to park several streets away to do so, but the presence remains, and so does the activity. Let's show you footage from just an hour ago. So that's when activity picked up again here at the home. We could see people moving around inside, though they did not appear to be law enforcement. A short time later, a white Wagoneer SUV pulled out of the driveway. The driver appeared to be possibly private security, wearing what looked like a Bluetooth earpiece. What stood out in the video, though, was someone in the back seat, appearing to crouch down with their arms raised over their head as the vehicle drove away. We are working to learn who was inside that SUV and why they were here.
Who was that crouched down just a minute ago? Who was that crouched down? Hey, Daff, good to see you. someone was crouched down leaving that house. The only reason someone's crouched down is they don't want to be seen. Is that a family member? Is that someone with some sort of prosecutor, law enforcement, any of that? Hey, Elizabeth, thank you so much, my dear. Hi, all. I'm late in light of AGTC car in evidence activity in Savannah Guthrie going back to New York City. Is it possible that Savannah Guthrie knows something about the break about AGTC involvement and can't? I thought about this, Elizabeth. You're very clever. You know that. You are very clever. I wondered the same thing, my friend. Wondered the same thing. And that is speculation, of course, but okay. Think about this. Savannah Guthrie has been there for nearly 26 days, right? And if, for instance, listen, Savannah is intelligent. She's an attorney. She knows how investigations work. Could it be that she is going back to New York because she doesn't want to be there while a potential arrest or something takes place with perhaps, I don't know, friends, family members, acquaintances, any of that? There's nothing to suggest that other than she left. I want to make it very clear about that. And I want to make it extremely clear what the sheriff has said. He says family cleared. But again, he has said a lot of shit and pulled back on a lot of stuff. Again, Savannah's smart. She's an attorney. She's done so many different crime stories and all of that. But it does make you wonder, right? It does make you wonder that is something going on here. Something going on here. Do you think that they are trying to see if anyone gets upset that she's going back to work? I don't think necessarily that they're. No, I don't think it's anything related to Savannah, in my opinion. I'm sure she missed. I'm sure. Listen, I don't think anybody should be criticizing Savannah for going back to work, period. I mean, to be honest with you, if I was her, I would probably be going back to work too, because sitting there 26 days, driving yourself crazy doesn't help. Keeping yourself busy is the best thing you can do in a situation like this. But again, someone just left just a little bit ago.
A short time later, a white Wagoneer SUV pulled out of the driveway. The driver appeared to be possibly private security, wearing what looked like a Bluetooth earpiece. What stood out in the video, though, was someone in the back seat, appearing to crouch down with their arms raised over their head as the vehicle drove away. We are working to learn who was inside that SUV and why they were here. And Monica, that activity, aside from that video you just saw, it's continued today. Earlier that involved a Comcast vehicle and a SUV arriving. But since we've been speaking, there continues to be work with who appears to be a handyman regarding cameras at the home. We'll have more on that ahead at 5. Reporting live in the foothills, Jacob Owens, News 4 Tucson.
Also, is
their head as the vehicle.
Is who's going to take the house now? Is it something that's going to be sold? Is it Tommaso and Annie? Are they going to move in? What's going to be on with the house now? It is cleared. They can do what they want now. Cassie, I didn't get a text from you, baby. Hold on, Cassie, is it with Dee Dee? People say they're texting me. I'm not getting these texts. I don't know. But it kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Kind of makes you wonder what's going on here. They won't sell it anytime soon. Well, I mean, another thing is, Nancy has not been declared dead, right? So even if there was any sort of life insurance or anything like that, you can't collect until this case is cleared up, because it's obviously a criminal investigation, and you got to know if she's alive or dead as well. You know what I mean? Elizabeth, thank you again, honey. The timing is extremely odd, because just last week it was widespread that Savannah Guthrie would not be going back to work. Indeed, you're a clever little thing. I love you. Now, all of a sudden, she is. That was the reporting last week, that Savannah felt very guilty, that she wasn't planning on going back to work, and all of this. Now the reporting is that she is going back to work. I don't know. But the timing is very interesting. I will say that. Yeah. It says that her home is being transferred on the tax records, from what I can see. I thought it really. Savannah has young children also, probably why going home. Absolutely. I mean, there is no reason to criticize Savannah for going home at all, or going to work at all. But it is interesting, the timing, with allegedly she wasn't, and now she is going back home. It does make you wonder if again, they have not given back this allegedly Annie's car, which is interesting. Okay. For what, Cassie? Hold on. Okay, we're going to go to JLR real quick. 1 second. Something might be going on. JLR is leaving. Okay. What's going on with JLR? Where are we headed?
Turn right up here. It's crazy because the glove was found down here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is the area where they were doing the forensics.
Something going on
the side of the road right here.
And this morning when I was on the river, they had a guy in a golf cart with a dog. It was like sniffing. Oh, yeah. It was around 8 o'clock in the morning.
3 minutes away, folks.
Hold on.
I'll move. So you've been watching this case.
Mhm.
Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Chicago, but I've lived here for about 35 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
What do you think happened to Nancy?
I have no idea. There's so many theories. I do
Okay,
think she's deceased.
I want to tell you something.
I do, but I do hope.
Let me turn this down just 1 second. All right, so the news coming out right now, a couple things coming out. Michael Roots from Fox, he says, I'm told Pima County detectives just arrived at the home on Camino Road where the new ring video was taken. With some luck, their footage provides a real lead. So I am assuming this is the video that was just out just a little bit ago with that vehicle that we were trying to find out earlier. Remember, I said there's got to be a reason, because this is 7 miles away. There has to be a reason why this was out, this video. Now it's appearing. Why? Because their investigators are allegedly there right now. Yes, I will repeat it. Okay. Guys, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Michael Roots reporting, I'm told a Pima County detective just arrived at the home on Camino Real where the new ring video was taken. With some luck, their footage provides a real lead. From what I'm understanding in that means this video with that is just came out that we was looking at early on in this live stream. Yeah. Very, very interesting. I saw the new ring cam video 211. Can't believe how many people are driving so late at night out there. Strange. We have a saying for people who drive at that time. I mean, you know, people work all different kinds of shifts and stuff. I mean, but I don't know. Cassie, the FBI had not, or law enforcement had not looked at this video whatsoever. They hadn't went to this place, hadn't asked them, hadn't looked at it, but there's something up with this video. Something's weird about this video. So hopefully something's going to come of it. And JLR is on his way there right now. And he froze a second. Okay, there we go. He's just about a minute away. Right, medical field and others work late or super early. Yeah. The video was past the Fox. Yes, sure was. Law enforcement did not apparently have it. White vehicles come up a lot in this case. Yeah. Also, I want to tell you guys that the United States Attorney for the District of Arizona just came out a few minutes ago with a statement. Federal prosecutors accompanied the FBI Phoenix special agents to the Guthrie home to continue to support the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. They made a statement in a quote, federal prosecutors traditionally work with all levels of law enforcement and have done so throughout this investigation. The United States Attorney's Office, together with the FBI and every other law enforcement agency involved in finding Nancy Guthrie, will go anywhere, do anything, and persevere always to find her, end quote. That is coming from Timothy Hold on 1 second.
Thank you so much.
God bless. Peace be with you.
Yeah, peace be with you too. I'm gonna grab my stuff here.
Peace and blessings be with you all.
No filming you. Uh-oh, my thing's caught.
Thank you, Elizabeth. No criticism for Savannah. Yeah,
Mark the Shark
absolutely.
is here.
However, in normal cases, the
All right, let me
family
just-
would have come out to AC
Grab that
to
tripod.
support the family. Did she keep
You're a
him
lifesaver.
away
You were a
because
blessing.
of
God. Thank you.
her suspicions?
Good luck. Thank you.
I agree. I agree. 100%,
Thank you.
Elizabeth. Timing is
Out for everybody.
very interesting.
Can we see all right? Reception. What are we looking at, brother?
Just got here. I was talking to this guy.
Who is he?
Okay.
He ain't. He's
Not
a Fed,
fucking
isn't he?
around.
Somebody. He's somebody.
Where are these people at?
I don't know. I just got here. I thought there was like a present, but I just see one person.
There's a ring camera here.
Yeah, that's the camera that.
That's the camera that
right
captured it.
I talked to the
Camera
neighbor.
that you can tell
When I came here earlier.
the way those cactuses
I
sit.
talked to the daughter
Very
of the
interesting.
owners here. They said they're willing to help. They want to talk to the media. They want to help out with whatever they can.
So they came to this house.
I just got here again. This is the second time I got here. So.
You can clearly see the camera.
Yeah, it's right there.
And this was the one that came at like 237, 236.
Yes.
And she also said they have another one back there too, but that one.
Yeah. Let's kind of sit there. You could take me up to the other spot, right? When you're done.
Yeah, I got you, man. I told you. I just texted you. Everybody was blowing up my chats. Go get JLR. And I was just here too, picking up something. So I could have picked you up. But I'll take you back, man. Don't worry.
So, who is this guy? You don't know who he is?
Dude, I don't know. The guy I was like asking if he's media. He said no, sternly. And he said, "How can I help you?" You know when they say that. Who
Okay,
they are.
look at there's another camera right there.
And then he just rolled up the window when you rolled.
There's
up.
a camera right there as well. Camera there and right there. Two different cameras there
Well, there's the
and
camera
right
that
there.
captured the-
This was given to Fox News just a little bit ago, and now they
Where's
are.
everybody else? I saw a bunch of people up there. They must be going door to door, maybe.
There is one that somebody said that there's 5101 up there.
Yeah,
but that's nothing. But this is it. This is 5101. This is the place where the you see the cacti.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the video?
Right,
This is
Amy?
it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
So I'm not sure.
You can tell
what
this is this.
all that other stuff was about.
There's two big.
this is
I can't
it.
I wonder
remember.
if they're going around the neighborhood. Hold
Oh,
on.
maybe, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Hello. Yes. Hi, Missy. Well, I'm at the address of what is here?
5109.
5109. Camino Real. Okay. 5109. Camino Real. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
But what's this guy? Who the heck?
I can't remember what kind of cactus, but you can tell this is exactly the place. 5109.
Hey, we got. Oh, I thought that was Dad's going live.
Oh yeah.
Looked like Dad's
Looks
going.
like him.
Looks like Dad's going live. I think you got FBI around here going door to door.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Look, Fox News right there. That's Fox News.
Okay, so
Where are they going?
there's only two different
That's Fox
ways.
News right there.
right here.
It must be around here somewhere. I'll mark the shark.
What road is this? Let me check one second.
It was weird because when I got here, I think it was NBC or ABC. Like, came right after it too.
Really?
Yeah. Then I had left.
Okay.
They went up that way. I saw 2 cars parked up that way. You want to take a ride
Let me
up
show
to
you
it?
this.
All right. So I'm gonna put this tripod in the trunk.
Yeah.
Or in the back, and let's go up that way because I saw 2 cars parked on the side of the road. Yeah. And
Yeah,
look,
let me show you something right here.
but
She did say there was a camera right there too.
really?
Yeah.
Yep, there's 2 cameras right there.
All right. Yeah. Let's just
Check
scour
this
around the neighborhood.
I'm gonna show you something.
Taking off. Yeah. I think feds are all embedded around here.
Dude, that guy scared me.
Did he?
So there's 2 roads.
What do you want?
There's a road on each
That's what he
side
said?
of the house.
Or how can I help you?
How can I help you?
Yeah. Cops
Dude,
always say that.
I think they're in the neighborhood.
I'm gonna show you this, but right here that you're seeing is the house, and it's North Camino Real Road. That's the road they're on now, and then there is behind it is North Camino Escula Road. Right there. Very, very interesting. There's something up with this, in my opinion. Oops, here we go.
So just kind of, yeah. I would think in this case they'd be going door to door if they came here.
You would think.
They're going to be going door.
So for those of you that's wondering, this is obviously JLR Investigates. This is live, and earlier there was a video that came out. And this is about 6 or 7 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home. And they reported, Fox News Digital reported on this. Now the FBI or some sort of investigator is there, wondering if they're canvassing the area now.
And Arizona?
But there has to be something to it, in my opinion, because Fox isn't just going to put out some random camera footage that is 7 miles away. They're just not going to do it. There's got to be something more to this, in my opinion.
Somebody's behind us.
Of course, it's starting sunset is happening right now.
There.
I'm wondering if they're going to try to find and pinpoint where this person came
from. Okay, Rocky. Who cares?
This is really a shortcut. When it came from that side up out, it's truly a shortcut to get away from the main road.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Amazon. No,
okay.
Amazon.
Look like SWAT.
Yeah, I got to tell Missy. We were like, tell Missy.
There's another address that people were mentioning.
Well,
it's at the end of the road.
Fox News said like 6 or 7 miles. JLR said like 2.3 miles or something. But regardless, it's not close by, right? It's not close by. Getting some more stuff in, so just bear with me.
I guess these people, they seen FBI walking around. Say, hey, we're journalists.
Hey, we're independent journalists. Have you guys seen any law enforcement FBI activity?
Hold on a second. We left.
Nothing? Okay, thank you guys.
We left. Hi, Missy. We left. We're going down the road. We're just going down the road.
5 miles, 7 minutes. Thank you for that. Cheryl.
I mean, the house is there, but there's no activity there. So I just wanted to give you a heads up and let you know.
Is that in a straight direction? It's not a.
Are you there?
Direction.
Her phone kept cutting out. Just go up this road a minute. and we'll turn around and go back the other way. Right.
They might have just got done. What were they saying? That there was activity?
Yeah.
You want to come up, Daphne?
Hi, Missy.
You want to start a stream? You can start a stream.
No, that's fine. It's okay. Your phone keeps cutting out. We left, so the house is there. There's no activity. We're just going running around the neighborhood now. Okay, so they're on their own then. Okay, yeah. But thank you anyway for willing to come out. I appreciate that. I had to rush and get right to the scene. Oh, you just saw a coyote. Oh my goodness. Drive safely out there. And shoot, I got something for you. So shoot me a text.
Thank you.
And I got something for you. Okay, for your help today, and because you were a tremendous asset. Sure.
No, Arizona, they typically don't have basements.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. God bless you. We'll talk soon.
Basements aren't usually out
Thank
on
you. Bye-bye. She's so nice. Yeah, she literally just came up and said, "You want free rides?"
Oh, that's the lady?
Yeah, and she was willing to come up here. She's working. She's an Uber driver.
Is she the one that's offering
free rides? Yeah.
Do you think you can forward me her message?
Yeah.
Or when you get a chance?
I'm gonna send it. I'm sending her.
All right, look at this.
I can't do it from this phone. I have to do it.
Show you this right here.
What do you think that guy was, man?
Guys, if you're just joining us,
I saw him. He had a mustache.
Yeah.
Really appreciate y'all being here.
Go that way.
The Pearl family. Love
See where it
having you.
goes. They have to be around.
But
they might have just got that footage and bounced, and then tomorrow might have a plan of action to go back around.
Yeah, they could for sure. JLR. That's right. It's 0.88 miles in a straight direction from where Nancy is to the house that they're looking at right there. So let's.
The reason I picked it up that day was because everybody was doing it, and so
I'm not sure they're going.
It's off the road.
We're gonna see.
Yeah, it's off the road. I think it should be fine.
I have to go back there and get my cooler and trash.
Really nice deal.
Okay. Got it. What I tell you guys.
See, what I think happened was the footage got released by Fox News. I think all the journalists descended onto the property here.
Okay, guys. So Michael Ruetz just came out with some more stuff from Fox News. Retired New York Police Department detective and national security. Make sure my mic is on. Yes. Okay. And national security. Where's my damn thing? Pat Bronson reviewed this video, the one we played earlier. I can play it in a second. With his team, he tells Fox News Digital they believe the vehicle seen at 2:36 a.m. is a Kia Soul, based on its slanted roof window design and rear quarter glass. He also noted the vertical brake lights. What did I tell you earlier when I first went live? It is a fucking Kia Soul. It is a Kia Soul. Mm-hmm.
This. See, that's one of the disadvantages of parking far away, man.
That's the thing.
That's the thing. When something breaks off, you got to scatter around.
Right.
I don't think it's an electric vehicle.
I'm looking in the neighborhood homes to see any sign of law enforcement activity. But could this be the route? He shoot over and then come down this road.
Well, this is the route it took. This right here, if you go through here, it cuts through the neighborhood and it gets you out to the other main road.
Yeah.
So we'll see in a second.
Give me 1 second, guys. We're getting some more stuff in. Bear with me.
Eventually, it takes you.
I mean, it feels like it's a short cut from the other side.
I was just wondering if the perp Kane's way, you know? It appears the perp went this way off the camera, correct? South.
That's what it looks like to me. Because,
So let's just see where this road ends, unless the perp lives around here somewhere.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, what if he's just a local from here?
Also look for that.
Can you imagine what he's like right here?
I think it's a Prius.
Oh, a Prius?
That's what people think. Just look around, see if any resident around here has that type of car.
Right.
But eventually it takes you here to River. Yeah, people say look for the car. That's what I'm saying. The look.
There's a white car back there. But it's not a Prius.
So the perp here, if the perp actually came down this way, not go this way, right? Yeah, it will. You either could go that way, go east, or go back towards up here, the light on River. What the heck is all that? It's a restaurant. It's a steakhouse.
It smells good.
Yeah, that smells good. Ford Focus. Go up the river or up Campbell if you can, all the way up to the shopping plaza.
You know what I'm thinking?
The Starbucks. You know where Starbucks is? Yeah.
Yeah, just guide me. You know what I'm thinking too? If he's going this way, he's like covering his tracks.
People say Kia Soul. People say
Kia Soul. Whoa.
Kia Soul. Well, something like that.
Like that
Something like that.
Oh wow.
Something like that. See that?
Yeah.
Probably was it.
There's a Kia right there too.
There's another one too. They're all over the place. These things are all, but this one had like a slant on the back.
Like
Kia Souls are so very common.
So you could see it when you pause it?
Very, very common.
Yeah.
God, I'm having
I see
deja
it like
vu
a
right
back
now.
thing with like a square back. Fox News Digital says Kia Soul.
Oh, you're saying Kia Soul?
That's what people are saying.
Oh, wow.
All right, so I am with Mark the Shark. He's gonna take me up to my vehicle.
Daphne, what the fuck?
Law enforcement now at the house home likely to get the video right in there. 38 minutes.
What? Hold on.
Yeah, so they were just there.
All right, we turn right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm gonna get in my car and then go back down to the house. And I'll kind of regroup myself, but at least I have a vehicle, and I'm gonna kind of sleuth around a little bit. And if something's going on, I'll text you. What area code? What is it? I don't know if there's somewhere. I'll let you know if like something.
All right, cool. I'll be in the area because I got to pick up my Amazon package.
Yeah. Did you do it to the Speedway?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting umbrella, one of those things for an umbrella holder.
They have like a limit though. It's on how big an item is.
Really?
Yeah.
I was able to do it. They'll if it gets sent, it's okay, right? I got one of those little boxes. Like
it should be fine.
Like an umbrella holder. And then I have to get the
holder,
umbrella.
yeah.
Yeah, I have to get the umbrella.
Hey, did you use the cooler for your phone?
Yeah.
How was that?
I have to charge it without putting in the thing, and I'm going to do that when I get back today. It seems to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as I have an umbrella. mounted onto the thing, I think we're good.
Why is everyone swearing?
Because the sun's going to be brutal this weekend.
Bear with.
It allows moving around.
I'm here. I'm here.
All right, folks, we tried to go at the FBI location. They're not there, but it appears there was some activity. There's some dude sitting in the front in a bar. Shared the security lighting there. We missed the boat on that one. And at least I don't have to walk in the dark here.
Yeah.
I spaced. I'm checking something. Just bear with me.
Going up the mountain.
Yeah, it's a Kia Soul.
Did you eat already?
Yeah.
Okay.
You?
Yeah.
I have that sandwich in the cooler, so I'm gonna eat again.
Yeah, well, I was gonna get some food later. How long you out for tonight?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh,
Last night I was drinking a bunch of Red Bull, so I was up really late. Tonight.
JLR does not need any more Red Bull. JLR does not need any more Red Bull. He's bouncy enough. What does Kayla drive? Kayla probably don't drive shit. Kayla is known as, in my opinion, a crackola horo. I don't know. But it's probably nothing. I think Kayla can barely drive her own soul, let alone anything else. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? She's barely driving her own soul. JLR said he can't have more Red Bull. His heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a second. Yeah. I love it when you guys tell us goofy stuff you're doing or I'm just saying she's isn't Kayla in the clink? Yeah. Yeah. Kayla, God bless her, man. It's not good. It's not good with her. Okay. So let me show you this, guys. About what he wrote here. Let me just make sure JLR is not doing anything. If there's anything going on.
Stuck out here.
Oh, they're going to CVS to get some aspirin or something or some snacks. Okay. If anything breaks, I don't think nothing's breaking right there. But right now, Michael Root said retired New York Police Department detectives and national security expert Pat Brosnan reviewed the video with his team, and he tells Fox News Digital that they believe the vehicle was seen at 2:36 is a Kia Soul based on its slanted roof, window design, and rear quarter glass. He also noted the vehicle brake light previously seen, and this is the footage that we've been looking at. And I told you guys at the beginning of this, before we knew any of this, that this is a freaking Kia Soul. Or it could be, in my opinion, a Range Rover or a Land Rover, not a Range Rover. Definitely not that as well. It's great to see Arizona Sunset, though. Yeah, he is getting his care and going back. Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. We're going to go to this right now. Bear with me. I'm going to go to the big DD because he's got something very interesting here from couple. Check.
That's a brand new.
Make sure you subscribe to the big DD. He is our friend, and he is one of the best on here. Deception detective. Okay. go. Look at this. Very interesting. You're going to see here.
Instagram post from Savannah Guthrie about her missing mother, Nancy Guthrie, but something about it does not add up. So in today's video, let's break it down. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For early description and updates we'll cover in this video only reinforce my theory. So let's get straight into it and you'll see what I mean. If you're a new viewer or just haven't seen my other videos in this series, don't worry, I'll explain everything in a moment. For now, just listen to this.
We know that millions of you have been praying. So many people have been praying of every faith and no faith at all, praying for her return. And we feel those prayers. Please keep praying without ceasing. We still believe. We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home. Hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. We also know that she may be lost.
Now, I got a question. If you guys were Savannah, in your opinion, if this was your family member, take a second to put yourself in the shoes. How would you feel about this investigation going? Honestly, how would you feel about this investigation?
As Savannah's sister Annie says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. But where is Annie, by the way? And why did she get mentioned in the first minute of this statement when Savannah's other sibling, her brother, didn't get mentioned?
Good question. Why is she mentioning Annie and not Cameron?
Or quoted at all? Well, here's what I think. I think Savannah and the FBI hostage negotiators who helped her prepare this statement are sensitive about Annie. Specifically, I think they're sensitive about the public's perception of her and her perception of the investigation. And if you know my theory of this case, that should make sense. And if you don't worry, I'll break it all down in a moment because there's just a little bit more evidence I want to show you that Savannah and the people who helped her with this statement are sensitive about Annie. Listen to what Savannah says in this next segment about the $1 million reward they're offering for information about Nancy's whereabouts.
She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves and is dancing in heaven with her mom and her dad and with her beloved brother Pierce and with our daddy. And if this is what is to be, then we will accept it. But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery. All of the information about this reward and the details is in the caption below. You can call the 1-800-TIP line. You can be anonymous if you want. Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows. And we are begging you to please come forward now.
This isn't just $1 million reward, it's a family reward. Why did they feel the need to say that? And by they, I mean Savannah and the FBI negotiators who are helping her with this script. Well, there's two possible reasons. One, they know for a fact somehow that no one in the family is at all involved in Nancy's disappearance, not even as a collaborator. So they're trying to manage the public's perception of them because they know that the public, including myself, are suspicious of the family and everyone close to the family. And just to round out my theory in case you're not familiar with it, I think this was an inside job by a family member or someone close to the family, excluding Savannah Guthrie. I'll link my entire playlist below if you want to see my rationale. The other possibility, though, is that the FBI...
I would personally exclude Savannah and Cameron. That's just my opinion.
is suspicious of the family and they don't want to put them on edge. So they're making a point of calling this a family reward and involving them in the statement, even though they're really only working with Savannah. And there's actually some evidence that one of these theories is correct over the other one based on another update in this case. But first, let's watch and break down the most bizarre part of this entire update. Listen to this.
We also know that we are not alone in our loss. We know there are millions of families that have suffered with this kind of uncertainty. And for that reason today, we also are donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for their work in helping families who are coping with loss and actively looking for those who are lost. We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom and our family will extend to all the families like ours who are in need and need prayers and need support. So please, if you hear this message, if you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign. So please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home so that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived. Please be the light in the dark.
Just like the family reward, this family donation suggests to me that this statement isn't just a plea to any potential abductors, it's also a PR exercise. Which begs the question, again, why are Savannah and the FBI so sensitive about what the public thinks of Savannah's family? I can't say for sure, but I think it's because they know someone in the family or close to it is involved, and they don't want to tip them off. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but it would explain another bizarre update that came out right.
I agree. I'm not saying that anyone in particular is involved, but again, I don't know why they are at Tommaso's and Annie's house so much. I don't know, like Dee Dee just said here, why they are mentioning Annie and not the other siblings as well. And all of that, it's so weird.
Before this statement from Savannah. According to the New York Post, the DNA found in Nancy's house can't be analyzed for a year now because the sheriff sent it to Florida instead of simply turning it over to the FBI. In other words, that simple decision might have cost the Guthrie family any chance they had at finding Nancy alive.
You are such a dumbass, sheriff. Dumbass.
Giant difference between identifying an abductor within 1 month and identifying them a year later. But I haven't seen a peep from any of them. No outrage, no lawsuits for incompetence, nothing. So what's going on here? Well, I think the FBI is working with Savannah, and I'm sure they're noting just how bizarre the rest of the family's reactions are. Their reticence to make any appeals to any kidnappers the way Savannah is doing. Their reticence to make any complaints about how the police are fumbling the investigation.
Yeah. Again, you can take this how you will. Again, not saying anyone in particular, but Tommaso and Annie from Jump, they were the only ones hiding their faces. They was the last ones to allegedly see Nancy. And just within hours of them dropping off, Nancy is gone. What happened? All of that. There's no plea. I believe Cameron made a video at one point. Not Annie. Again, Savannah is very intelligent. She's an attorney. She knows how these cases work.
Or any statements or appearances at all. Check the end screen if you want to see the rest of my videos analyzing this case, and make sure to hit subscribe so you don't miss my next installment. Until next time, stay true.
That is our DD. The sheriff's ego is in the way. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, he goes again. I think he got a lot of fucking pushback from him saying that nobody was cleared, including the family. And then truly hours later, he comes out and says, guess what? Family cleared. Family cleared. Okay.
Search for Nancy Guthrie with
Brand
still
new.
no sign of the missing 84-year-old, but we are seeing some interesting new activity at the Guthries' Tucson home tonight. It all unfolded a few hours ago. It's the latest in a surge of activity at the property over the last 24 hours as law enforcement reportedly prepares to turn Nancy Guthrie's home back over to her children. Officials are reportedly acknowledging that they no longer need to seal the home as a crime scene or restrict the family from entering. This all comes as the FBI is also reportedly reducing the number of agents in Tucson investigating Guthrie's disappearance. They are relocating its command post to its Phoenix office. So does this suggest the investigation is slowing down?
Well, is it slowing down, or are they strategically planning this so that everyone goes the hell home? Savannah's going home now, and this new camera footage comes out. This thing about, the DNA could take a year. They're trying to get the media, to deter the media to getting off the street. They did a one-way thing on the street. Then now you can't park your cars there. Are they just wanting everyone to go home so they can do what the hell they want to do? Perhaps, arrest or whatever. That way they're not going to be followed, because they're being followed left and right now. We know that. I mean, it's just the way it is.
The search for Guthrie in its fourth week and little to no breaks in the case. Not if you ask the FBI, which says it has gotten more than 1,500 brand new tips since Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie offered a reward of up to $1 million for information leading to the recovery of her mother. For information. And because she's a family's beloved matriarch who vanished without a trace on February 1st. For more on all this, let's go now to Brian Enton, who's live in Tucson. Brian, your cameras caught some pretty surprising activity at Nancy Guthrie's house late today. What can you tell us?
Yeah, there's been a lot going on at the house today, Elizabeth. Not like what we saw yesterday with law enforcement, but instead there were contractors here who were putting up new surveillance cameras, which we saw them doing on several different sides of the house. They were up on the roof. You can see people coming and going from what appeared to be almost like a pickup truck. There was also a Jeep that arrived where someone got out and kind of didn't want to be seen and was sort of like hiding their face and went in through the garage. But like you said, it seems they are in the process now of getting the house ready to turn over back to the family, which would make sense why they would want to put new surveillance cameras up once the Pima County Sheriff is not out here any longer, keeping an eye on things. Also, we learned a little more yesterday, Elizabeth, a little more about what happened yesterday with all the law enforcement activity. I know that it was a Pima County Sheriff's detective, one of the people we saw out here yesterday. There was also the U.S. attorneys, so federal prosecutors who were here touring the house, which is interesting. They just put out a statement a little while ago just saying that they work with the FBI and that they want to do everything they can to bring Nancy home. But overall, it seems they are just doing final preparations now before officially turning the home back over to the Guthrie family.
All right, Brian Enton reporting live from Tucson. It's hard to, between that and the FBI pulling some agents back, it just feels like things are really slowing down. I hope not, for the Guthrie family's sake. Thank you, Brian, so much.
Of course, yesterday there was prosecutors that was allegedly at the home as well. It's a little too convenient for me. It feels like, I don't know. The last couple times that they tried, where they went and busted some doors in, they really played because they didn't obviously want anyone following them. CBS, Savannah Guthrie's home network, just put out new video. Here we go. Guys, do me a favor. If you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button and share this live out. Would mean so much. It's so good to have every one of you in here. I remember people saying that the Idaho 4 was going cold and then boom. Yeah, and that took, what, 40, 60 some days? Yep. Exactly. Okay, here we go.
Her family nearly a month after she was kidnapped.
What does that mean right now in the stage of this investigation?
Investigators believe they've obtained all the evidence they're going to be able to obtain from that crime scene.
It comes as a source says the FBI is moving its command post from Tucson to its headquarters in Phoenix as part of what's being called a long-term plan. And authorities are not ruling out more than one accomplice.
If it's an organized group with multiple people involved, you're looking at a level of higher sophistications that helped prevent them from leaving a signature.
Including on surveillance. Experts say a Wi-Fi jamming device could have been used.
Wi-Fi jammers, which are illegal in the United States, but definitely disrupt surveillance images, alarms, maybe even cell phone connections on Wi-Fi backups.
The Pima County Sheriff says DNA taken from Guthrie's residence and described by sources as low level is still being analyzed at this lab in Florida.
Someone out there knows something.
Nearly 24,000 tips have poured into the FBI, more than 1,500 alone since the family announced $1 million reward on Tuesday.
If this is an organization, people talk. It's that type of individual they're targeting with this $1 million reward now. Now this is life-changing money.
And sources tell CBS News there has been friction between agencies here on the ground over the sharing of information. This as the FBI continues to call on the public for help. Anyone with information is asked to call that number on the screen, Tony.
Those numbers again, Jonathan, thank you very much.
Authorities have returned Nancy Guthrie's home to her family nearly a month after she was kidnapped.
What does that mean right now in the stage of this investigation?
Investigators believe they've obtained all the evidence there.
Very, very interesting. Wow. Yes, I see you. If we can get some information on that, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. I think that is very, very interesting, what you're talking about there. Okay. All right. So we're going to go to this vehicle. Hello, Mama Susu. Good to see you. Okay. All right. Check this out. We're going to go to this vehicle and I'm going to show you this, but then we've got something that slowed down. We're going to look at again. Experts are now chiming in saying that they believe that this is a Kia Soul. That's what I said at the beginning of the stream. I believe it's a Kia Soul, maybe a Land Rover, but they're pretty confident. So am I, because of the back. The backlights, if you was been here since the beginning of the stream, it's a Kia Soul, I'm pretty sure. All right, check this out.
From the Catalina Foothills.
Now, JLR was there just a little bit ago, just a few minutes ago. We were looking, and you can tell this is the same area with these cactus. He was pulled up here. This footage is now coming out. This was around 2 something in the morning. The same morning Nancy vanished, right around the same time. Yes, it's like election is like for May or
Foothills from a Ring camera of a neighbor of Nancy Guthrie's. It's about 2.5 miles from her home, but it captures 12 cars passing by between midnight and 6 a.m. on February 1st when she disappeared. Some of the activity taking place near the 2:30 a.m. mark. That's when the time of Guthrie's pacemaker device last syncing with her iPhone. The homeowner whose camera captured the video telling Fox News Digital the police had not canvassed their neighborhood in the 25 days since her apparent kidnapping. The FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department have been alerted to the video. We're going to bring you updates as we get them. Fox News Alert, brand new video into Fox News Digital from the cat.
Very interesting there. Okay, now we're going to go to this and going to slow it down. a little bit. Someone just sent this to me. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm going to make this big. Check this out. It's very, very much slowed down. I can actually take this frame by frame. Let's see here. Here we go. Right up. Look at that. Look at that right there. That is certainly a soul. Pretty. You see that? This is a very important part. This right here. You can see this. And then there are these big lights. They are cruising. They're moving fast. Certainly moving fast. Watch this right here. Okay, I got another video for you. It's them moving by at the normal speed. Oops, 1 second. Okay. It's coming again. That's a zoomer. Looks like the windows are tinted. Yes, definitely tinted. Hold on. You can see. Can you see someone's arm? Wait a second. You know what I can do? I can slow this down even more. 1 second. 1 second here. Might be too slow. It's really slow. Look at there. Look at there. You can see someone's. Is that an arm? Look at that. Looks like one person. Check that out, guys. Yep. I don't think people are saying, I think the front is not tinted. You can see the two difference, right? You know how the front will be tinted a little bit, but not as much as the back. I think it's factory tinted, in my opinion. Yeah, I can, let me see if I can get a screenshot of this. And we'll look up closer as well. I got it slowed the book down. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, you can see another arm. Hold on. Watch this. Wait a second. Check this out. Let me see here. It's almost like you can see something right there as well. A little bit. Right there. You can certainly see it right here. Right there. Oops. Right there. Is that a passenger or is that the driver? Passenger or driver? Nope, can't get the license plate. Yeah. Yeah, well, let me zoom in. If you have, if you're on like a tablet or a phone, you can zoom in with your fingers even more at home. Okay, now we'll watch this. We're gonna do it. Different speeds. We're going to do these at different speeds so we'll get different frames. It's going to be a little faster. I've got a thing that I'll work on tonight where I can literally get every single full frame. Right there. I don't know. That looks really, like, to me, it almost looks like a passenger, but it could be the driver. Yeah, you can't see. God, I wish we could see that. There'll be more of this that comes out, though, for sure. Let me do it like this. Hold on. Very interesting. Yep. You can see that arm. Right there. Hold on. What's that? What's that light? Is that from the mirror? Or not the mirror? Maybe the mirror. Yeah. Looks like a big person. Yeah. Looks like a tall person. This was released earlier. Someone released this from to Fox News Digital. What is that? What is that? Hold on. Is there lights on the... Hold on. Is there lights on the mirror? What is this? That's what I don't get. Is it just a reflection from the night vision? Yeah, they're flying. That person's right there. Right there. Oops. Damn. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to pull up another video here. Right here. Fox just came out and said, yep. We was talking about the Kia Soul thing. Okay, this is a little zoomed in. Check this out. Guys, please hit that thumbs up button. Look at that. Kia Souls are not big. they were moving. They were cruising. What's that? Hold on. They're definitely cruising. Oh, hold on. Look at there. Look at here. You can see it at a different angle here now. This person. That's pretty good. Check that out right there. We don't, and I want to make it clear, Chaos. Law enforcement has not came out and said that this is related in any way, shape, or form. However, I haven't seen Fox put out any other vehicles like this, and investigators were there just a little bit ago. So I think there's something more to it, in my opinion. Yeah. The back connects the same, but in my opinion, it's some kind of driving from a bar. Don't know. I'm sure that I mean, this is the thing. We got to think of it this way as well. There's been a lot of video footage that for the last 26 days. Why did Fox release this? Yes, it does meet the timeline. Yes, it does. Why did Fox release this? Out of all the footage. Yes, this was around 2. What time was it? 2 something in the morning? I mean, and this is a little ways away from Nancy's house. Right? Why? Is that like a rear view? Is that like the rear view? Is there a light on inside? I don't know, but you can see it right here. Really good. Right there. Doing something right there. Bite light. Yes. Why this? 2:36 in the morning. Oh yeah. Yep. It's a soul. It's a soul. When they released this earlier, we hold on. Yeah. I just text you back, Holly. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty interesting if you ask me. Something's, like I said, we have no idea why of this was released, but to me it's like I don't know. I don't find it's weird. It's just very weird to me, if you ask me. So why send this video now? Why not from the start? Good question. Good question. Does anyone know what color the car was that an elderly lady was seen hanging and screaming out of it? So that wasn't an elderly lady, from what I understand. It was someone, they didn't specify, but that was a blue what was it? A Chevy Impala. That was or Malibu. Was it Malibu or Impala? One of the two. One of the two. That's yes, exactly. Check this out. Okay. Yep. The Kia Soul hasn't really changed a hell of a lot since it's been out, I don't think. But if you see this, you see how it goes up, and then some of them go like this, some of them go kind of like straight up and down right there. And if you look at this, again, there's this is a very distinct, this part right here. It's very, very distinct. Very few cars do it like they go up like this. The only two I could think of was a Land Rover and the Kia Soul. Not very big vehicles, and you can clearly see right here. And they have a very interesting wheelbase as well. The Kia Soul does as well. So there's that. Quite interesting, if you ask me. Okay. Random notes in Nancy. Yeah, I don't know why they haven't yet. FBI moving command post in Nancy Guthrie investigation. Yes. Again, I think they're doing this to throw us all off. Malibu, thank you. If you back up the video, are the cacti lit up before the car goes by? It is darker. If not, it may be a motion light that's turned on. If so, that's a good point. Very good point. I see what you're saying. See what you're saying there. From what I recall, it was dark, pretty dark. Let me look at this. Hold on. I got it. Right. Let's see here. It seems to light. I mean, they already have light. Yeah. Look at this. Okay. They already have lights outside, and you can tell. See, it's already lit up right here. And then when you get to the vehicle, and just so you know, a little bit of light will make things really, really, really bright in the night vision. What day of the week did Nancy go missing? It was February 1st? January 31st, February 1st on. I'm getting something in. Okay. Scene for the business was November. Okay, 1 second. I see you. Hold on, I'm gonna text you back. Boy, this is interesting. What is it? Okay. I just text you something. Let me know what that. It's been wrecked, right? There is the door also to have a let's look at it. I don't know what that is. Look at this. This right here. I think that might be a glare from the night vision, maybe. Someone said they thought it might be wrecked, but I think that might be a glare. I don't know. You see that right there? Where they circled it? What they said this vehicle was seen. Who said that, Robin? Where'd you hear that at? I don't get it. A lot of vehicles would be driving around Tucson that night. I agree. And what makes this so special? Hey, Scouts, good to see you. I don't know. This one right here is a Honda CR-V. I don't think it's on. It's not a. Hey, Carmelita. I don't think it's on. The wheelbase is different. Google the tail lights on the early mortar CR-V. Yes, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Vehicle lights. I'm trying to think. It would be a Sunday morning. That's right. It was Sunday morning because she was going to church. You don't have to get up for work, or maybe you do. I don't know. Very good point. Yeah, where do you hear it at, Robin? That's you hear a lot of things, but I just want to make. There's so much bull hockey out there. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that it's actually something here. Let's see here. 1 second. Okay, 1 second, guys. Getting something in here. Here we go. This was WFSA. I want to know, is Nancy, not Nancy, I keep on saying Savannah, is she at
You probably know Vistaprint for
did she leave for New York yet? I find it just convenient. I don't know. Obviously Savannah is not involved in any way, shape, or form, but I don't know. They're moving their base.
26 in the search for Nancy Guthrie, and there are signs investigators are finishing up at the crime scene. The mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie vanished from her Catalina Foothills home about 4 weeks ago. 13 News reporter Renee Romo is joining us live from outside of Nancy Guthrie's home right now. Renee, what have you seen out there today?
Well, Ashley, there were quite a few people out here at the Guthrie house, with some staying for hours, but there hasn't been any law enforcement activity today. Now, we've seen a gardener, a network service provider, and an Amazon delivery driver come by Guthrie's house today. Along with that, 3 different cars pulled into Guthrie's garage. They were at different times, but from what we could see, they did not appear to be law enforcement. Some men could be seen carrying boxes out to the car, and we could see one person run from the garage into the car before it left after 2:30 this afternoon. Afterwards, we could see a man installing cameras around Guthrie's house. This is all happening as a law enforcement source confirmed to me that Nancy Guthrie's house will be given back over to the Guthrie family soon, either by the end of this week or sometime next week. I spoke with retired FBI Special Agent Richard Kolko about that timing, and he tells me at this point, investigators should have what they need.
At this point, they looks like they feel like they've done what they can in the house. They've probably photographed it extensively. They've collected the evidence they need to collect, and they know they can get back in the house if they need to.
Now, Coco also tells me that the time investigators took at the house is crucial, not just for evidence collection in trying to find Nancy Guthrie or her abductors, but also for the trial that they hope to have someday.
From the house being secured from the night or the morning they discovered Nancy missing until the time they actually turn it back over to the Guthrie family, they've had it locked down. They know that everything is static, and that's the best way to do an investigation. So if you have to explain something to a jury later, you can say nothing was moved, nothing was changed, and here it is between this date and this date.
As we near the end of the 4th week of this investigation, we've also seen a change out here at the scene with far less media presence. Pima County announced the road in front of Nancy Guthrie's house would be reopened to two-way traffic.
Got some new
And
stuff
they
coming
added
in?
temporary parking restrictions along the road
Yeah.
and the roads surrounding it until further.
Good question, Ratui. I mean, are they going to, start having, barbecues in the back? I don't know. Don't know. Very
Notice. Now, it's now been 2 days since the last press release
Got
we
some new
got
stuff
from
coming
law
in.
enforcement, and
Bear
it's
with
been
me.
3
I'll
weeks
show you.
since the last press conference. We'll be sure to keep you updated on air and online at KOLD.com with any new developments. Reporting live in the Catalina Foothills, Renee Romo, 13.
All right, and that is KOLD.
You are staying on top of it very closely, Renee. Thank you. Here is another look at the video of the suspect captured by Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera. He's described as standing 5'9" to 5'10" with a medium build, wearing a 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack backpack that is exclusively sold at Walmart. If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, you can call the Sheriff's Department at 520-351-4900 or 88-CRIME to
All right.
submit your tips. The FBI's tip line can be...
Okay, check this out. So we were talking about Fox News getting this video in, right? And Brian Hinton said law enforcement now at the home, likely trying to get the video. And someone wrote in one of the groups, riddle me this. How did Fox News get the surveillance footage of the video speeding by at 2:36 a.m. the night Nancy went missing before the FBI? This is so disappointing. Well, I can answer that for you because a couple things. Number one, the FBI and law enforcement did not check in that area. Second of all, they gave it to Fox News. Now, Fox and these big media stations, they're doing their investigative journalists. They're always investigating as well. So they may know stuff that they haven't put out as well. But I think there's something with this. Out of all the video footage in the past 26 days, why this? Why this? It's a little weird to me. You know why? That I can't say. Also, another person post right here. Interesting, if you ask me. I took the video of the traffic that was 2.5 miles away from Nancy's house that night, recorded it and slowed it down as much as I could. I think there were 12 cars that night, but only 2 that would have been close to the timeline. I had to chop the remaining, so all won't be seen, just the ones that are in that time frame, and a few others. 2:30. What is this? Okay. There's 2 different vehicles here. Now, this is interesting to me. I wonder if that's a CRV. Look at those lights. at the next frame. Look how those lights go out a little bit. You see what I mean? Sounds haunted. Yeah, it's really slowed down. Exactly. I will go through it again when finished. Can you text me or email me, Robin, where you saw that at? That's very interesting. Very, very, very interesting, that part. Look how those, it's really hard to see, but look how those lights are out like this. Does anyone know what year that CRV is? That let's try this. CRV. How is that? Let me look at this. Let me pull this up and show you guys. Like I did like a random 20, we'll say a 2016 Honda CRV. Okay. And check this out. Right here. Pull this up. Just got to upload this, 2 seconds. You see that? See how those lights go the back? Did I pop it down yet? Okay. It's really, really slow. It's got to be, I don't know, there's something about this. Savannah or someone I heard was saying that Nancy had a bandage on her arm before she got abducted because she had cut her arm. Could that? Yes. Could have. Absolutely. Okay, let's see here. Here we go. Damn, that's loud. Hold on. How do I turn that down? Okay. Check this out. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's okay, and that's definitely the Kia Soul. Right here. They probably sped not to be picked up by cameras. Yeah, I agree. Her crib looks like Ratui, I am one of them, I think, is a Honda CRV. I think they are. Blue Honda CRV. A blue Honda CRV? Let's see what color this, you're going to see if it's Like the Kia, you can tell it's light, right? Because it's only white or black here. Let's see if this one's dark or... I don't know. Very weird. Let's go to this one. Right here. It's so loud. There's like, what, 2 or 3 vehicles here? Fox knows something, I think. Hold on, wait a second. Holy fucktard. Look at this. Look at how this is bent right here. Check that out. Oh, that's interesting. You see what I mean? It's moving, of course. Let me pull it. You see how it's... See what I mean right there? Look at that. Oh, hold on. This is the parking light. You can tell. Well, damn, where'd it go? Let me show you. This is the parking light. Look at this. Okay. Right there. Because you can see it move. Watch it move. See it how it goes out of... I'm pretty sure that's a parking light. Watch this. Right there. Now, watch the back of this. See how it goes like right there. That's very interesting. Has the same light strip, definitely. Yeah, it's not an electric car. Electric cars are very, very quiet. Very, very quiet. Let me look at something right here. But I don't see... On the Honda CR-V, some of them have like the lights on the side of the mirror. Okay, look at this. For instance. Again, I don't know what year CR-V it is. I don't remember, to be quite honest with you, but it depends on the year. Now, remember, they sold a a Hyundai. Oops, wrong one. They sold a Hyundai back in May or June of this year. All right, I'm going to do a screenshot of this. I just want to show you this right here. I'm going to pull this up. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit that thumbs up button. Share this live out would mean so much. All right, we're almost done uploading it. There we go. You see how, like, you get what I mean? How the it's bent in the back here. How the light goes up and down. All the way up and down. It's aerodynamic is I guess the That's interesting. See what? Look at that. I'm talking about these lights right here. Let's go like this. You can see like they go in like, think of like slashes, like a slash, like a forward slash. This would be like a forward slash, and then this would be like a forward slash there. See how they're like bent, each of them? It's very interesting. Just looks like it to me. I don't know. See how they are? This one is over here. This one is over here. They both have like, they're not straight up and down. Justin, I sent you a picture. There's a picture with lights in the front of Nancy's house. Have a look. I sent you an email. Where, right now? Or, I mean, I know you sent me an email right now, but you can see lights at the back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I did, here, I can show people this. This was the first night, or no, this was the night that something happened. We went kind of over these lights the other day, which I found interesting. Let me pull this up here. I need to go over maybe Chris's video again, because he really explains it. She's talking about these two lights down here. Down there. I don't think those are car lights, in my opinion. They look like house lights or something. I don't know. Could be, though. Someone really lighting that, though. I think someone said a Honda CRV. Well, the one that we that's going the other direction, it is a Honda, or not a Honda, it is a Kia Soul. We're talking about this one now. There's only two that was in that time frame. Do they got their blinker on? Hold on. When I say blinker, I mean signal. Sorry. Or is that just the camera? Watch the right-hand side. Now, see it? I don't know. Very weird. Very weird. There's only two of them that I need to quit looking at it. It's driving me nuts. Hey, Whodad, love your channel and fly. Thank you so much, Whodad. Thank you so much for your support. I do appreciate you, my dear. Thank you, guys. welcome. Pretty, I didn't know this fly. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Very kind. You know, the FBI is on it. I think so too. I think so too. Did you not show the same vehicle passing both ways when Nancy was leaving? When Nancy was leaving. What do you mean Nancy was leaving? I'm trying to remember what you mean by Nancy was leaving.
It is now Thursday, day 26 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. I think I told you guys yesterday they're not letting anyone park in the entire neighborhood. They like passed this ordinance trying to keep the media out, which just annoys me. So luckily one of the neighbors, super nice lady, I got to know her and her dog. She messaged me last night and she's like, you can definitely park in my driveway. She lives a little bit far from Nancy's house, not that far, but so I just parked in her driveway and now I'm going to walk to Nancy's.
Here we go. We're going to go to
And
this.
some of my other
Speaking of
coworkers are already
Nancy,
there. So I really appreciate her.
here we go.
I won't give out her information, but just shout out if you're watching, you know who you are. Super nice of you to reach out to me and
Silver
let me park in your
Fox.
driveway and help me out. It's hot today too. Like the timing is not good for this because it was like cool some days and now it's like super sunny and hot. But I'll keep you guys posted with any updates. I'm almost down there and I'll talk to you guys soon. Hey guys, so an update. It is now Thursday, day 26
Okay.
in the search.
All right. Speaking of Nancy, we're going to another Nancy, the queen of true crime, Nancy Grace. And she gives us little Grace to go on. I love this woman and her eye makeup as well. Here we go. Brand new, coming in clutch. Check this out. I want to show you something here.
It's there for about an hour, and then the garage door ends. SUV with all the windows blacked out. This vehicle continues on while the others stop in front of the home on the driveway. This one pulls into the garage. Garage door opens, the car goes in, garage door shuts. We never see who is in that black SUV. It's there for about an hour, and then the garage door opens back up, the car pulls out and takes off down the street. Others are investigators walking around the property. They being investigators, spent about an hour in the entryway, in the front door, where that Nest camera picked up the possible suspect in this kidnapping. They spent an hour there. Then the investigations moved into the foyer area of the home and spend another hour or so in that side of the house. But Nancy, we also saw from overhead views that these investigators were walking every piece of the property, all around the outside, including a wrought iron gate by the swimming pool.
I mean, why are they still doing this if they're done with it? You know what I mean? Like if they're ready to pack up and go home and let the family do all of this, why are they doing that?
So it's only an easy assumption that they were doing the same thing inside the house where we couldn't see them. But investigators were there for several hours,
you'll love that,
and
everything.
they were federal prosecutors as well as our regular detectives. It was an ongoing event all day long, and don't know what the end result is yet.
To Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, psychoanalyst out of the LA jurisdiction. She's the author of Deal Breakers. You can find her at drbethanymarshall.com. Bethany, thank you for being with us. Dr. Bethany, Mrs. Guthrie is an 84-year-old woman. And contrary to speculation online and beyond, it wasn't like, hi, Mrs. Guthrie, can you let me in? And she went to the door.
Hold on. Nancy, I hope you know I'm going to clip that. I need that for a bite. Just so you know, I've got to show that again. 1 second.
Online
Not
and beyond.
3 times on the ceiling.
It
if
wasn't
you
like,
want me.
hi, Mrs. Guthrie, can you let me in? And she went to the door and allowed the perp in. That did not happen. We now have proof she was dragged from her bed.
I love that.
What would be the response?
Now, that's interesting. Dragged from her bed. That's different. Now, I don't know if Nancy's using that as a figure of speech or if there is actual evidence that she was dragged from her bed, or she means taken from her bed. But dragged and being taken from your bed is two different things, in my opinion, right?
Of a normal person, much less an 84-year-old lady in the middle of the night, 2 a.m. Could she fight back? What I'm trying to get to is there going to be DNA at the bed, on the bed covers, on the pillows, and beyond? Okay, tell me.
So Nancy, remember, whoever did this, if they are kidnappers, they are ruthless. And this is a business-like approach to procuring money from the family of Nancy Guthrie. So
I don't believe this is, I mean, I know it's it sounds good in theory, and there has been video or these ransom letters and all that, but again, I don't again, did these ransom people, okay, after all of this, after 26 days of someone holding an 84-year-old woman that doesn't have her medication, doesn't have her hearing aids, doesn't have her pacemaker, doesn't have anything, are they just going to give up on the ransom? If that is the case, if the case is this was about money for this person or persons with the ransom, are they just going to give up and just let her go? Or I don't know. I mean, they could unalive her as well. And all of this be for naught? Nothing? Like they didn't get nothing? Like the money? I don't buy it. I think it was a hire too, Rhonda. I agree. I don't believe that it's just, again, if somebody was there just to get Nancy in the middle of the night, right, and this was just money, you wouldn't want it to look like this big ass crime scene in the beginning, which is exactly what the sheriff said. That's exactly what the sheriff said. From jump, this is a crime scene. You would just want to get her out of her bed, put her in the car, right? And make sure she's nice and comfy, making sure she's still alive. Write a letter down at the house. Nancy Guthrie is missing something, right? If you want her back, Bitcoin, here's the account, take it or leave it. Something like that. They're not going to be texting TMZ and all of this. You're going to leave a letter at the house. Come on.
she's 84. We have to take into account, did she wear hearing aids? Did she have an oxygen machine? Was she clothed or unclothed? Does she have a CPAP? What were those factors when they first accosted her? Secondly, the first 45 minutes of an abduction is the most dangerous. There's usually a lot of violence. So what did Nancy...
Well, the first 45 minutes of an abduction is the most dangerous. They were there 42 minutes.
Guthrie experience. It's similar to somebody who's in a mudslide or a tornado or a flood or something unanticipated. The first response is going to be shock, that the nervous system becomes activated like the fight or flight syndrome. The second is going to be disbelief. this is not really happening to me. Similar to somebody who's in an accident, they tell themselves this didn't really happen. It's a type of dissociation. After that, Nancy, they're likely dragging her to the front door. And remember, the skin on elderly people's arms and their legs and their torsos is extremely fragile. You grab somebody like that by the arm, their skin is going to tear. At that point, she's going to be experiencing more disorientation and confusion. DNA, of course, will be deposited all over the place, especially since the skin is fragile and will have torn. Now, when they get her to the front door, the blood trail stops. This has me extremely concerned because that means at that point they had to carry her and get her into some kind of a waiting vehicle. If she's conscious, at that point, Nancy, the realization will be sinking in that something disastrous is happening to her, and she's going to be trying to make sense of it.
Guys, you are seeing the aerial video footage from our friends at Fox News.
Well, like I said earlier, right? There's only two ways you can get Nancy out of that house. One, you either carry her, meaning there had to be more than one person, or two, you had to walk very slowly with her and be very patient. And maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't see someone coming in with a GUN at 2:00 in the morning being a real patient person, right? Because first of all, she's, like I said, she's not very mobile. If she can't move very good, she's got to have a cane. You don't want her to break a hip. Very feeble. So clearly she was at the front of the door at some point, right? There was a package there when Enton was there at the door. Yeah. Why wouldn't you give her a walker so she could walk out? I mean, she has a cane or whatever, but they were patient enough to do whatever for 40 plus minutes inside. Yes, they were comfortable. They were comfortable, right? Which means they knew law enforcement wasn't coming and the neighbors didn't hear, which tells me a lot, in my opinion.
He's joining me now, forensics expert, star of Zone 7, a hit podcast, and author of a brand new book on Amazon, Swans Don't Swim in a Sewer, Solving the Cold Case. Cheryl McCollum, thank you for being with us. Cheryl.
Okay. CK said maybe she didn't fight as much as there was a weapon. Cooperation from Nancy would mean a lot. Okay. You're right in theory. I agree with that in theory. However, you've got to remember what the sheriff said. Sheriff said it was a crime scene inside. Crime scenes are not clean. Right? Crime scenes aren't clean. Something really bad happened in there, which means Nancy either fought or she didn't, and they were just violent from jump. Right? So, and people that know Nancy, they don't, regardless of how feeble one might be, she's intelligent, she's smart, she knows, at all cost not to let someone take you to a second location. Did she not let him take him to a second location? I mean, obviously they did, but we don't know if it was live.
It seems to me, especially when you heard Dave Mack describing how they were going in and out of that pool gate, that they were looking for every single possible entrance, every egress into that property.
Yes.
Because when we see, and now it has been determined largely anyway, Cheryl McComb, through no help of nanos, that the videos we were seeing, and you and I pored over them frame by frame, Cheryl, to determine, was that the same guy, the porch guy with the backpack, without the backpack? Notice how the rocks are positioned on the right side, and apparently a landscaper had moved them
Carla?
to where we see them on the left side. There is different plant configuration. The lighting is different, obviously, from two different occasions. How did he get in? How did he leave? Did he just waltz up the front walkway? I think they were looking at all those possibilities and more, Cheryl McCollum. You and I many times retraced a crime scene, and we would do it over and over and over.
Yes.
What do you think they were doing?
Yes, the cameras were moved. It was moved the first time. We went over that.
As soon as I saw the group yesterday, it made me think of what you and I have done many, many times. You get the prosecutor out there with one of the lead detectives, with your federal partners, and you walk it together. They have to understand that scene. They have to understand what's in that front door. When you turn around, how does the street look? They've got to go in the back to see that back door as it relates to the guest house and the swimming pool. They've got to go to the side to see that sliding glass door. This is imperative for two reasons. One, the prosecutor is the only person that can make a deal. They have got to understand that scene, so when they're talking to somebody, when the federal people are interviewing a potential suspect eventually, they have to know immediately whether that person is telling the truth or not. Well, when you walk that scene, you know where the blood starts and where it goes through that house out that front door. You know what her bed cover looked like. You know what the kitchen looked like. You know what color the sofa is. If you don't go to that house, you don't know that. I thought yesterday was a critical move.
Cheryl, I agree. Guys, I want to go back to our footage from
Very
our
good
friends at
point.
Fox News,
Very good point.
the aerial video, because I noticed as they're walking by the pool and then they get to the gate as they see them coming around the side, right?
By the way, there were prosecutors there yesterday.
They're on the right. They're passing windows. They're going along
Watch
a
'em.
heavily shrubbed area where you be very hard pressed to see someone. Now keep watching. They walk up to this wrought iron gate. Keep watching. They open up the gate. Then the Fed with the blue tie turns around and he is taking pictures. He's not talking.
Look at this.
Takes a picture right there. What is it they're looking at? And see, the other, either detective or prosecutor, turns back to look at what he was doing. Look at that. See, he's gesticulating there. Maybe how wide something is, I can't tell. Is that the way they took Nancy Guthrie out? Is that what they're looking at? You know, a lot has been made while we're on taking Nancy Guthrie out, Dave Mack, about these tunnels that were, forged originally out of water culverts, and they lead to Mexico. And could the perp have taken Nancy Guthrie down one of these tunnels? I find that fantastical because she can't walk over 50 yards.
I don't believe that.
But
for a
yeah, that
second.
has taken over the internet. What can you tell me?
I don't believe it for a second.
Well, Nancy, the tunnels that you talk about, the Thornydale tunnels, they run close, the tunnels meaning near Nancy Guthrie's home, and they have resulted in the find of the backpack that had been abandoned. This is a tunnel that is an overwash area. One of them is actually called the Relito River Wash Area. Right now, these wash areas are dry, Nancy, and so there are homeless people that are spending their time inside these tunnels. Nancy Guthrie's home is located next to this Relito River wash area, and these
Allegedly, Carmelita, nothing was taken from the house other than Nancy. Nothing of value that they are aware of. Just Nancy.
tunnels do.
Which again, to me, like, I'm trying to think like the perpetrator, right? If I am there for money, right? If I'm there for money, you're going to tell me where all your jewelry's at. I'm going to look at that place if you got a safe, If there's a safe there, you're going to open it up, right? Think about it. This person is there purely for money. You are getting the valuables. You got a flat screen, we taking the flat screen. You got this, you got the rings, you got the jewelry. Remember, the family's into jewelry and all of that. I'm sure she's got some beautiful jewelry and all of that she's collected over 84 years. You're taking it all. Nothing.
To go for,
which in my opinion, it's not about money. I mean, I think it's about money or overall, in my opinion, but I don't think it's about crypto money.
some distance. They vary in size and distance and quality, but you are talking about 60 miles from the Mexico border. You're not going to take a tunnel from north of Tucson all the way across the border. But these tunnels do offer a way of exiting out of the general vicinity and coming up someplace else where a car or a van could be ready to take her away. These areas are being searched by volunteers, Nancy. The volunteers that we're told not to search, they're the ones that are searching.
Yeah, I think it's like a Mexican group or something. There's the woman's found like 1,000 people or something. Like they're searching as well. Susan, 2 months, girl. How you doing? Thank you so much. Justin, thank you for all you do. Love to everyone. Justice for Nancy. Thank you so much, Miss Susan. Really do appreciate your continued support, my love. Good to see you, my friend. Bitcoin is traceable when cashed in. Yes, it is. This cryptocurrency stuff, it's a little confusing to me. I don't get into it or anything like that, but
Doing anything they can to try to find Nancy Guthrie.
That's just a theory that has become popularized on the internet. I don't think there's any way that Nancy Guthrie was carried out through those tunnels, but now we've explained why that is not feasible. So let's turn our attention to something that is feasible. As we said, in the last 24 hours, the feds have been pouring over the Nancy Guthrie home. I hope it's not in their effort to release the home.
It was, Nancy. It was to release the home. They released the home, but this sheriff within 24 hours had said, "Oh, it's clear. It's clear. It's clear." There is a lot of transients in the Tucson area, but I don't think this is a transient. Usually, they don't have, these cars or why an 84-year-old lady. And just the video of this person being there twice, right? This person doesn't look like a transient to me, if you ask me. Nice, neat goatee, very manicured, appears to have eyebrows, manicured eyebrows, dressed very clean, nice. This isn't that, in my opinion.
Let me go out to you. Brian Fitzgibbons is joining us, Director of Operations, USPA, Nationwide Security. He actually leads a team of investigators that go around the world finding missing people. Former Marine and Iraqi war vet. You can find him at USPANationwideSecurity.com. Brian, I want to talk to you about the feasibility once and for all of taking Nancy through these intricate tunnels did not happen, and how suggestions like that are half-baked are slowing down the investigation.
No. No.
Well, to answer that question first, I agree.
Yeah, I know that there was people saying that in chat, but Taco Cat, there's nothing to suggest that Nancy, anything was taken from a safe or anything from the home other than Nancy. That is a fact. We don't know of anything, absolutely anything, being taken from Nancy's home other than Nancy. Not her cell phone was allegedly left there, her hearing aids, everything. So I want to clear
Not feasible for the first and most obvious reason. We know that Nancy can't on her own walk more than 50 meters. So just the logistics of getting in and out of the tunnel would provide a major challenge. Now, the tunnels would provide concealment of movement, all right? In a panic situation, robbery gone wrong theory scenario, it might fit in. But I want to add one key thing here. This tunnel, the entrance to that tunnel is miles away from Nancy's home. So after the perpetrator removed her from the house, why would he stop in the vehicle to go into that tunnel? It doesn't,
exactly.
The logic doesn't add up.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you're right, Fitzgibbons. To be exact, it's 8 miles away. Back to you, Cheryl McCollum, before I get to the rest of our panel. Cheryl is actually out on a scene right now. Cheryl, releasing the scene too quickly. Remember in Brian Koberger, if I have to raise his specter up, the home was demolished on King Road. What if a potential jury needed to see the layout of the home? Completely impossible. 3D reconstructions, well, they're great, but it's not like the real thing. Think about Alex Murdaugh.
Exactly.
There were plenty of 3D reconstructions done in that case. But in the end, the jury went back to the scene. They went all the way back to see where Maggie and Paul were murdered. Remember? And it was crucial. It made a difference in the minds of a lot of jurors.
Nancy, at the police academy, we are taught you get one shot.
Bingo.
You don't get to go back 3 and 4 and 5 times like we've seen here. That's not a good look.
So again, Nancy probably filmed this yesterday or later or today, sometimes later before this came out, that they are now saying that they are releasing the home. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that they should not release the home, and put a 2 in the chat if you think it doesn't matter. It's okay that they release the home. Let me know what you think.
There is no rush. There is no reason when you have an 84-year-old woman missing that you know has health problems, you know she doesn't wander off, she's got her faculties, and you've got blood at the front door. You seal that off.
Exactly. There is no rush. What's the rush? Why did this Sheriff Dum-Dum, why did he clear it so fast? And again, just like he said, oh, we'll just wait for, we'll leave that up to the prosecution. Well, you're making it harder.
Until you have a
Nancy looks so happy there.
Good handle on what has absolutely occurred. There's no way that we would have released that scene, you and I, if we were working this back in the day, for at least a week.
Oh, no way. And remember, in the Parkland shooting, that school stayed closed for 7 years. Now, I'm not advocating a 7-year delay in the judicial process.
Yes, that is true. That was that Park? I'm trying to remember. That school, it turned into the day that there was murders of the poor students. It sat there for 7 years until it went to trial. What's the rush?
But why? What's the hurry? The family doesn't live there. Why would you hand it over now? Because at that point, you find evidence a week from now. No, it likely will not come in because you've lost your chain of custody. Don't screw this up. As Cheryl McCollum just said, you've got one chance. Don't blow it by releasing the scene too soon. Scott Eicher with me right now, and Susanna Reed, DNA expert.
But I will say this. Them releasing it, the feds releasing it, right? That tells me, in my opinion, that they have everything finally that they think that they can muster from inside and outside of that home. That's it. That they, for whatever reason, don't need to go back. That they have whatever they can muster. And they're confident. But you never know until you know as well. You know, maybe they think they do. But maybe they'll be an arrest. Who knows?
Don't move a hair. I'm getting to the DNA. Scott Eicher is a founding member of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Norfolk, Virginia, Homicide Division 12 years, and he is now at Precision Cellular Analysis. Scott, thank you for being with us tonight. I want to talk to you about that elite video and audio crew that went in with the feds. And this was like in a movie. It was never anything like that when I was prosecuting. But a big trail of black SUVs, some of them with the windows blacked out, all caravan to the home, and they all trooped out. Okay. To reality, what can the video team hope to find? What are they looking for? What are they documenting? They had audio there, image analysts. What was it all about?
Well, these are experts in looking at videos, pulling videos from different mediums and enhancing that data. Now, a personal visit to that location also helps them understand, all right, what are they seeing in the video? That archway that the suspect is walking up to the house, how big is it? Are they measuring the different points of where, when he walked in, how can we determine how tall he is when he's up at the camera, like we're seeing on the screen now? So these are experts in that aspect of looking at the data, getting measurements from it, and helping the investigation through the video enhancement and taking these type of measurements.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Between the grocery store and insurance premiums, even with a steady job, more families are being forced to rely on high interest credit cards just to cover expenses.
1 second here. Okay. Thank you so much, Deb. Appreciate you, Justin. I was wondering, did you notice Nancy's Facebook friends by chance? In my opinion, some are odd-looking characters. It was surprising. Yes, I did. I did. You're not the only one that said that, for sure. Definitely not the only one that said that. I don't know. You know, I think Nancy played this game with others, and she was a social person with the game that I forget what it's called that she played, and she played that just up the road. I think Nancy was into local politics. I think she was kind of young at heart and really supported individuality, maybe you could say. But yeah, I did. Yep. Only rational reason to release the scene so early would be to see whoever has the power to sell the house actually tries to sell it. Look, well, I don't think you can sell it. You can't sell it with someone you don't know is dead or alive. There is no selling. So you can't sell something that's not yours. Nancy has not been declared dead, alive. The only thing we know is Nancy's missing. So I'm not sure about that. You can sell it if you're the power of attorney. I'm not sure. I mean, we don't know, number one, if who's power of attorney as well. It would take years before you can sell it. Yeah, it's gonna be a little complicated.
And get a co-conspirator, a family member, a neighbor, a girlfriend, a wife, an ex to come forward and forget their misplaced feelings of loyalty.
Nancy, there is terrible chatter online that the Guthrie family was cheap and therefore they waited 4 or 5 weeks to offer a large reward.
I think that's absolute bullshit that people are criticizing them for not. They offered, Savannah offered day one. She was told not to.
This is not true. There is a very specific psychology to offering rewards. If they had offered that reward in the beginning, the perpetrator might have panicked and killed Nancy Guthrie. What the family did at first was they appealed to morality. Savannah Guthrie was saying things like, we believe in the goodness of human nature. Well, that did not work, Nancy. So now with this $1.2 million reward, that does break the bonds of loyalty because that is big money. That's lifetime money. So a sister, a girlfriend, somebody he once dated, and that person's no longer with him, a neighbor, they're going to start thinking seriously about the clues. Who disappeared in the middle of the night? Who drives a car like that? Do I have a friend who owns that kind of a jacket or a backpack? It's a little like when the Powerball or the lottery keeps climbing and climbing. Somebody who might not have bought a lottery ticket, they're going to stop into their local 7-Eleven and buy one, Nancy, because now they're not internally motivated. We go back to people around the perpetrator. The internal motivation didn't work. The appealing to morality. So now there's extrinsic motivation, which is profit and greed.
In the last 24 hours, feds, federal prosecutors, and an elite team of videographers, audio, you name it, crime scene, image analysts are back at the scene doing what? They went in, closed the doors, as Dave Mack advised you. One of the SUVs went into the garage and closed the garage door. We didn't know what they were doing in there, but we can surmise. Also tonight, we are learning that there is a viable DNA sample found in the home. It does not belong to Nancy Guthrie, and it does not belong to her inner circle, her family, her friends, the people that work in her home.
Really? There is a viable? Really? Nancy's putting this out. Let's listen.
However, Nanos, in his wisdom, blurts out, it's mixed. The fact that DNA is mixed is just that. It's a hurdle to jump over, and typically not much of a hurdle. This is 2026, and now DNA can be extricated, it can be isolated and analyzed, and there's nobody better to do that than Susanna Ryan. She is a laboratory director and forensic DNA analyst at Pure Gold Forensics, DNA consultant.
But the thing is that they're saying is it can take a year for this to come back now. That's literally the reporting out there now. That it might take a year to get this back because he sent it to the Florida lab.
But at Ryan Forensics, 25 years in the DNA business, in both public and private DNA facilities. Susanna, thank you for being with us. I've tried a lot of cases without DNA. I've tried a lot of cases with DNA. I remember the first time I heard the word deoxyribonucleic acid, and I knew at that time, 6th grade, I would need to be able to say it off the tip of my tongue. And I recall actually practicing the word in the 6th grade. I never needed it until many, many years later when I was prosecuting my first DNA case. That said, mixed DNA, fine, bring it on. I want to hear from you. Technically, explain to us mere mortals, how you would get that DNA sample from inside Nancy Guthrie's home and you would isolate the DNA and then analyze it.
Please
How
tell.
do you do it?
Okay, well, to be clear, we have to be aware that I think there are two different types of mixtures that we're talking about. And I think that what most people are used to hearing about is the traditional DNA testing, what we call STR testing, and that stands for short tandem repeats. And so that's what you usually hear about. That's what most crime labs in this nation and across the world are using. That's the type of DNA that goes into the CODIS databases. And we do have a lot of tools to help us with mixtures with STR testing, that traditional testing, right? We have, over the years, we've learned manual methods to separate the DNA out. We have software programs now that are really advanced and can work with low-level mixtures. We can even put some mixtures into the CODIS database. We're able to do that now and try to get a match that way. And certainly we can do direct comparisons to mixtures. But the other type of mixture that I think is kind of getting lost in translation here is the genealogical mixtures. And that is a totally different type of DNA testing. That is called SNPs, or single nucleotide polymorphisms. And those are much more difficult to work with when we have mixtures. Those are single base pairs. So I was trying to think of a way to describe this. And, we have, when we have mixtures and we look at DNA data, we have a series of peaks. And with STR testing, there's some gaps, there's some room between those peaks. With SNP testing, we're looking at hundreds of thousands of individual base pairs. And so each one of those, there's a peak. So I was thinking,
it also depends where they are.
Thinking about the teeth on a comb, right? Like each one of those is a single base pair change. And then if you have another comb that is placed in.
It also depends where they come from as well. Like if you're, like an immigrant to the country, it can take a lot longer. If you are established in the country, you have a big family history.
In there that has the same peaks at the same locations, it is incredibly difficult to interpret the mixtures. And I can kind of give you a real life example, if you'd like, about interpreting mixtures. Some of the cases that I've worked on, it's kind of two different cases where one was very successful, where we were able to use genealogy. It was a cold case from the 80s, and I used the MVAC. I was able to get a profile from the victim's, something he was wearing. He had been picked up and thrown over a bridge. Was able to get a profile. It was a mixture of two people. It went into CODIS without a match, and we were able to do genealogy on that. And the reason that one worked was because the victim was the minor contributor. The unknown person was contributing more than 75% of the DNA. So that genealogy lab, which it was Othram that did the testing, they were able to break that apart and say, okay, we know our person of interest is this major contributor. I have another case right now that Othram we've spoken with, and at this time, they can't work with it because the situation is reversed. Now, my victim is the 75% contributor, and the unknown person, the unknown male, is only 25%.
Well, that sucks.
And right now, they can't do anything with that. And so when Nanos says, we think in a week, a month, a year, we'll have something we can work with, he's talking about deconvoluting SNP mixtures, and we're just not there yet.
Susanna, I do not believe, and
They will find this
I've
person.
tried mixed DNA cases, specifically in.
Yes.
I've had up to 3 donors in the mixture.
Listen to
It
this.
is not going to take a year to separate this DNA, to separate Nancy Guthrie's DNA from the perp's DNA.
It's
not
not.
going to happen. We already know the contributors
So why is the sheriff being a doofus and saying it?
in the home, the family, the friends, the workers. We know it's not them. So it's not going to take a year, and I don't know why Nanos blurted that out again. Now, if you get into genetic genealogy, just think about it. Joseph D'Angelo, the Golden State Killer, that didn't take a year, and they went all the way back practically to the Mayflower to figure that out, for Pete's sake. So blurting out, it'll take a year, is not helpful.
It's not.
What?
Correct, I understand, but that was single source. And a lot of the cases that you're hearing being solved are cases where there's a body fluid, there's blood, there's semen, it's single source. They can get that SNP profile and start building out the family trees. It's when you have a mixture and you're trying to do SNP testing, that's where the difficulty lies. And there are companies that are working on programs to tear those mixtures apart, to be able to work with SNP mixtures. And that is what the technology is that Nanos is talking about, that is developing.
In addition to DNA technology, and to me, Cheryl McCollum, it's a huge stride forward that we have identified a DNA sample in the home that is not related to Nancy. It's not a friend. It's not a worker in the home. It is stranger DNA, and they have it.
They have it.
And it is being analyzed. At the get-go, it was, woe is me. We're not going to find anything. Well, they found something. Every time it seems that Nano says, well, we're down and out. There's no video. A miracle happens. A thunderbolt strikes. And lo and behold, we do have video and we do have DNA. What?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good, very good question. Judy says, how do we know that the mixed DNA is even the perp mixed? People would be amazed how much DNA is in their homes of people who have never been there. That is true. That is absolutely true. There is DNA in your home right now that you have no idea who that person is, right? All kinds of people. But it seems like the sample that is with Nancy's indicates that whatever sample they're taking it from is from the crime scene, meaning it doesn't seem like it is just some, they just take it off the floor in the side of the corner or something. Like it's something to do where they can tell where the crime happened, right? So I think that's is it? See, I don't think so. I don't think it's, I mean, it could be, but we don't know exactly.
What is his problem?
I'll tell you, he should have never said it's going to take a year, because that lets the perpetrator know, hey, I've got plenty of time to still hide. And
thank you. He's so dumb. Guys, it's going to take a year. Y'all might as well sit back there and just enjoy the view. How about that, buddy? This perpetrator's like, okay, well, I got at least a year of freedom. Might as well go on vacay, right?
Get away and destroy evidence. What it says to me that it's a mixture, that is a money tree, Nancy, because that is proof on proof that this perpetrator, this assailant, became in contact with our victim prior to her disappearance. That's incredible. And when they separate it, and they will, and when they get him through ancestral means, and they will, that's going to be something he cannot explain or wiggle his way out of.
Yep. The ancestry DNA, It takes time. It takes a lot of time, but they will get there. And it's not going to take as long as what they're saying either, in my opinion. I really don't think so. I mean, I think we would have already had it if the dumb sheriff would have, I don't know, sent it to Quantico like the FBI has to do anyways. It's ridiculous. Guys, I've been in here almost 5 hours, so that's going to be my show for tonight. You guys are all amazing. Thank you all so very much for your love, support, and all of that. If you haven't subscribed yet, would greatly appreciate if you would hit that subscribe button and hit that notification bell so you don't miss a thing, and share the live out and all of that jazz would mean so much. Also, for the replay crew, if you made it this far, please comment something below after the live. If you'll please comment something below. If you're able to hype this video, would mean so much to me. I think they give you like 3 hypes a week. I don't know if you can hype it mine yet or not, but if not, no worries. You guys are all legends and rock stars. Hope you know that. Take good care of yourself. Truly. If there's anything that breaks between now and tomorrow, I'll be here. I'll be here for sure with bells on hopes. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Cassie, you're live on the air.
Turn on Dad's Gone Live right now. My phone's stuck. The police are at Nancy Guthrie's, and Dad's Gone Live is on. The police are examining the sky out there.
Okay. All right. Let me look. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you, honey. Gotcha. 1 second. I think it's unrelated. Pretty sure. Yep. Unrelated. We're good. I'm froze. Well, my face probably just froze like that for a minute because I was, if anything happens, I'll be back. I promise you that. I don't know if I froze. It's frozen. What happened? That might be better. That might be better. All right, guys. If anything happens, I'll be back. I promise you that. Okay. Love you guys. See you later. Justice for Miss Guthrie. God bless. Good night.